That's what I think, man. That's it. All messages. And we're back. I made it. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? I'm just getting out of work. Look, I got tired, man. Yeah. I think, yeah, I forgot how to clock out, dude. Like, I've been working for 13 years longer than he has. Fuck, I'm ready to go. Set that there for now. I'll have to plug that in a second. Yeah, I'm ready to go. How you doing, man? I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the night. I don't know. I know if I head on back to the small town, odds are I'm gonna be on the clock tomorrow at 2 p.m. So I won't have any time to really do anything anyway. So yeah, how you doing, man? Chilling? Good? You having a good night? Just waiting for my car to finish warming up. Oh, all right. Well, how you doing, man? Florida Swamp Monkey. Currently living in a 2007 Toyota Corolla. But anyway, yeah, it's fine, man. I mean, the first couple of weeks you just kind of get used to it, you know what I mean? And then, I don't know, the way the housing prices and everything they got, the way everything is nowadays, it's like, I don't know, it seems just as insane to fucking want to live somewhere and pay $1,200 a month to do it. I don't know, it's just me. But I'm sure you understand. Well, I don't know, man. It's just like fucking bullshit either way, you know what I mean? I feel like part of my gas disappeared while I was at work, which is kind of weird, but it's fine. But yeah, just chilling, getting through it, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna even do tonight. You know what I mean? Fucking, I don't know. I already went to work, so I made a few bucks today. Wasn't really even planning on being on the schedule. So I don't know, it was kind of like a last minute thing that they put me back onto the schedule. That sucks. But yeah, my boss was in a bad mood all night tonight, and I don't know why they're moving him stores and promoting him at the same time. So he's got like another couple of weeks left here before he moves to the other store and it gets get some of the pay that he's been earning already. Come on. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure what's going to happen with that because we already lost one of our assistant managers. And then so now we're going to lose another one basically. And we haven't even found anybody to replace the first guy yet. You know. They were halfway looking at me for me to do it, you know, and I'm not dumb enough to do that. Fucking, you know, fucking give myself an extra fucking, basically, you know, double the amount of work. You know what I mean? And it only gets 75%, only 75 cents more an hour, you know, to pick up like double the fucking responsibilities that I currently have. It's stupid. You know what I mean? So ultimately, it's like, I don't know, you can go to work and the less you have to be responsible of while you're at work, but they still want to pay you the same anyway. That's cool with me. You know? Sounds like 100 times better. Yeah, I know. I gotta either get a better camera or a better connection. Something, man. This ain't working. Like I said, now I don't even know what the fuck to do. I don't know where do I go? I got some sort of an idea, but also, you know, where I went. I got if you saw my last video, the two dudes, the two male Karens that were in the video at the end, I got, you know, that's what I'm planning on doing, is going right back to that neighborhood, camping out. I mean, because they even called the cops, and then the cops showed up, and then the cop, all he did was ask me for my ID, and he verified the address on my ID that was like right around the block from where I was. You know, and I even tried to tell the dude, I'm like, look, you're just gonna have to deal with it, bro, because like I've been living in my car since September. You know, like my mom won't even let me pitch a tent in the yard, so I'm like, you're just gonna have to deal with it, bro. It's just gonna have to be part of life. You know. But I don't know. Dude still he couldn't just listen to that, you know. I don't know why people are so worried. If there's a parked car, you know, you know, people freak out. I don't get it. I really don't, you know, like, just because there's a parked car, they assume that there's a drug deal taking place or something, you know. It's just stupid, man. I'm trying to get up here. There's at least a Wi-Fi spot up here. I get hook onto the Wi-Fi. Probably hang out with y'all for a minute if anybody's even hanging out. Somebody popped in for a minute. Hey man, how you doing, man? I'm trying to get over here, parking this Wi-Fi for a minute. That signal will be a little bit better. Yep. There's the wire. Plug that in. Anti-diarrheal tablets. They work. Trust me. There we go. Yeah, we're chilling, man. We're chilling, having a good time, man. Are you having a good time? Yeah, we're having a good time. We're having a good time. But yeah, man, fucking, I mean, fuck, you know, if it's over $1,000 a month to live indoors, you know what I mean? Is it, you know, people are always like, well, it's better than living on the street, you know, like, is it really though? I mean, fuck, you think about how fast a month flies by, you know what I mean? By the time you get your fucking Time you get rent together, you got like 1 week to chill, and then you got to start working on the next month. It's fucking, if you're even lucky, you got a week to chill. It's fucking ridiculous, man. It's beating the shit out of us 3 different ways. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're hanging out, man. Trying to enjoy a Saturday night. Saturday night gold rush. Nah, I'm looking for that. I don't know, man. I figured somebody's gonna pop in, hang out with me for a minute, man. Keep getting, one viewer here and there type of shit. Everybody keeps just leaving. You're gonna be somebody cool enough to want to hang out, man. Chill with me for a minute. Enjoy a Saturday night gold rush. You know what I mean? What the hell? Saturday night gold rush. There he is. But yeah, I don't know.
Don't tell me what I'm eating. Where's my fucking food? Your poor brother. He lives with fucking Holly. Think about how horrible that is.
Yeah, man. Hey, Saturday night, man. How you doing, man? Chilling, getting through it, man. Fucking, I don't know. People keep coming in and people just keep fucking leaving, man. It's cool. It's alright. I don't know. It's probably my connection. Is it the connection? Because I don't know. People keep coming in and people just keep fucking leaving. So I don't know. I guess like I know I'm not the cutest person, so that's probably what it is. People are just like some ugly motherfucker, just keep scrolling through. Yep. But I'm wondering if it's the connection. Is it the connection thing? Is it it's just sitting there buffering and buffering and buffering and buffering and buffering and buffering and buffering. I don't know. Nobody's even saying anything, so I don't have a clue. I hope it's not a connection, but I can only do so much, man. I'm living in my car. What up, man? Oh, dead beef. How you, man? How you doing? Fucking yeah. I just got off work pretty much at the car parts, and I don't know. I hit my sales goal in like the first hour. You know what I mean? So I pretty much just smooth sailing from there. Everybody kept coming in, wanting to buy car batteries off of me, and then not wanting to. Hell yeah, man! I was playing RuneScape, man. I fucking had even on the mobile, on the phone. You know what I mean? And I had gilded armor, fucking gilded rune armor. You know what I mean? And I was fucking around. I went to a PvP world and I hit somebody real quick and then I ran into the bank because I thought you were allowed to do that. I thought the bank was a safe zone. But yeah, whatever. And I lost all the gilded armor and I was like, well, fuck this, dude. I was taking silver, you get silver ore, then the Grand Exchange, get silver ore, smith it into bars. And then granted, yeah, it's a slow grind, takes forever. Yeah. You take the silver ore, smith it into bars, and then it's actually worth more, and then you made some XP on it, right? So you get the silver ore for, I don't know what, probably, I'm gonna say it was like 83, and then you can smith it into a silver bar, sell them for 88. Plus, like I said, you get the smithing XP, and smithing XP is kind of hard to get. You know what I mean? It's not like mining XP. But anyway, I did that for like the longest time. I had like I had like gilded plate armor and gilded full helm. I didn't have a full gilded suit. You know what I mean? But yeah, just being stupid. But if I would have thought about it, I probably could have just like logged out real quick. But I don't know if that would have even have done it. I don't know if that would have. I don't think I would have been able to save my shit that way either. But anyway, my name was Shrimply Pimp. I thought it's like, the whole game, half the game is fishing or mining. You know what I mean? To start out. Shit. God bless America. But yeah. That's probably this city too, man. This city's it's starting to get fucking burnt out, man. I heard today, man, they won't even let you if you plan on building a house in this county, it has to be more than 1,000 square feet. They're so against that tiny house movement that's been a thing here for like the last 10 years. Basically, like kind of the last affordable housing option left is just to build a 200 square foot shack. You know what I mean? But in this county, they're not even allowing people to do that. I found that out today. You know, because like I don't know, they got these apartments for rent, and yeah, they got these apartments for rent. They're fucking $1,500 a month, right? 1,500 square feet. It's a two-bedroom apartment, you know. Granted, you know, but I'm thinking two. I'm like 1,500 square feet. I'm like, why did y'all make them so? Like, you could have cut them in half. You could have like 1,500 square feet. You could have cut that apartment in half. That could have been two apartments. But instead it's one apartment and we'll charge you double for it. You know, it's like it's fucked. Yeah, this whole fucking I don't know, dude. The city's I don't know, dude. Fucking the county's only about half full. If you look around, right, you see all the housing that they've built, and then all the spaces in between that are still empty, waiting for them to build housing on, and then all the traffic problems that we have. Like I don't know, dude. They I don't know. I feel like in the next 30 years, this county's going to double in population. You know what I mean? Like 20 to 30 years, it'll happen. And then, I don't know. Like I said, traffic's already a fucking problem. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. You know, unless they've got some idea other than cars. You know, it's like in the back mixed, almost on its way out. But I had like a discussion with my buddy at work, my coworker at work. He was talking about flying cars. They had some kind of flying car. The first trip was made in a flying car or something like that. He was watching the news post on it. And what he was watching, I was like, I remember watching that same thing, but it was in Japan. You know, it was a US, I don't know. But he was saying something about flying cars. He's like, technically, I don't know if you could call it a car anymore. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, I was like, I get what you're saying, because like a car would have to have four wheels. Like if you get rid of the four wheels, even if you were to go to two or three wheels, you know what I mean? If you're getting rid of wheels, I don't think it's a car anymore. You know, like is it really a flying carriage? I mean, I guess it would be, but you know what I mean? It was like that's what he was saying though. He's arguing that I don't think they're calling it the right thing by calling it a flying car. You know what I mean? Because it had four propeller blades and shit. You know what I mean? It was more or less a drone, but they're calling it a flying car. You know, because we're cavemen. You know. I don't know. And damned if you do, and damned if you don't, though. You know what I mean? But you don't get pissed on as much if you're moving. I know that much. But yeah, it's like I don't know the difference between now and then when I was in my 20s, kind of in a way. Even though I'm living in my car now, I feel like I'm more in control than I was in my 20s. Like when I was in my 20s, I was more of a yes man. You know, like, oh, what do you need? You know, let me. You know, I was always kind of working for the next raise in my 20s. You know, now that I'm in my 30s, I realize that's not really in the picture. You know what I mean? I just go to work. You know, I'm just a C student now at work instead of trying to be a B plus student. You know what I mean? And then I don't know for one reason or another they want to get pissed off at me. You know, it's like well, I don't know what's wrong. I'm still producing C work. You know, I should technically still be passing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just fucking stupid. You know what I mean? They always want to get more out of you. They want to watch and see what's the most we can get out of you. You know, it's fucking ridiculous, bro. It's like, well, then what's the most you can pay me? You want to see what the most you can get out of me is? Well, what's the most you can fucking pay me? You know, like, if you're paying me peanuts, I'm only giving you fucking peanut work. You know, But yeah, I don't know. It's just getting fucking stupid. Like I was saying earlier, like I'm boiled back a little bit now that I'm in my 30s. You know what I mean? And I kind of realize like they're all gonna roughly pay me the same anyway. You know, regardless of where I go, whatever shirt I end up wearing while I'm there, whether it's plastic or cotton, you know, I'm still gonna be sweating because I'm on the clock. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to see like, well, then who's got the easiest labor? You know, you know what I mean? And that's where I'm at. I haven't found anything that's, you know, even if I were to leave here, go to some other place that's not a kitchen, you know what I mean? The easiest place I think to get in would probably be a dollar store, right? Go to a Dollar General or Family Dollar or Dollar Tree, right? I don't think it'd be hard to get in there. But at the same time, like, you know, if you're a cashier at Dollar General nowadays, you're also a stocker. You know what I mean? You stock shelves in between helping customers. You know what I mean? They basically want you to work two different positions at once. You know what I mean? Plus, still be customer friendly and treat everybody with respect and do all that. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. But shit like that, it's like I wouldn't even sign up for. You know what I mean? Like I don't even. Granted, you know, if I was out of a job, yeah, I'd probably do an application. You know, because I would need work somewhere. You know what I mean? But like I already have work, so I'm looking for something that's honestly going to be better than where I'm at. You know what I mean? Until I don't know. But I don't know. Neither here nor there. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I spent like my 20s, basically bleeding for him, trying to get a raise. Only, for the only raise for me to actually get was because minimum wage went up, you know? And that's kind of ridiculous to me, too. It's like people that are 15 years old are making $15 an hour. You know what I mean? It's shit like that, dude. You know what I mean? Shit, But, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, man, it's fucking. But Jerry, how's things in Oregon, man? Fucking. Sure, it's probably about the same. I don't know. The housing market might be a little bit cheaper up there. The weed might be a little bit cheaper up there. But yeah, I bet it's more expensive for milk, orange juice. I'm sure it costs more for orange juice in Oregon. I don't mean, not like I'm a big, huge orange juice drinker, but you know what I mean. I'm in Florida. I'm sure it's half the price that it is in Oregon. It'd be, it'd be ridiculous if it's the same price, and it probably is that ridiculous that it's the same price. Right, 50 cent more or something like that. Because damn, I'll tell you, I don't know the last time I bought like a half gallon of orange juice. I want to say it was like $8 or $9 for a half gallon of orange juice. I'm like, and this shit's free, right? It just grows because the sun and the way that we rotate around it, it just does that on its own. I don't know. Oh man, I don't know, dude. This world. That's why I say like you can't win from losing in this bitch. You know what I mean? Just try not to stay a loser. I don't know, but I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm gonna get through it. Whether or not I actually, man. I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I think I need to double my current stack on Bitcoin. I've got about half of what I think I need. But then I also need the price of Bitcoin to go up a little bit more too, for that to also be, I don't know. I feel like I'm about halfway there. I'm not necessarily like trying to like rush into it too, because then I'd be stressing about trying to make $1,200 each month to pay to have to continue to have a roof over my head, and a bathroom. A bathroom granted would be nice rather than trying to run around all these public fucking bathrooms and shit, feeling like I'm gonna get herpes and whatever else from sitting down. And I was thinking today, it's kind of weird how, for men at least, how like there's a urinal and there's a toilet, right? There's a urinal and there's a toilet, right? You think, let's be human. Let's like if we have to pee, let's use the urinal, right? Because like I was thinking today, and like, why do we like? Because I was about to sit down on a toilet. Sorry, I know this is a little too much, But anyway, I'm gonna go with it. Um, but yeah, I go to sit down on this toilet because I had to go to the bathroom, and I'm thinking before I did, I'm like, man, this is the men's bathroom. There's probably more piss on this seat than there is the woman's bathroom, and I think it's kind of weird that we piss on this, like, we piss in the same place that we sit to shit. You know what I mean? Why would you piss where you sit at all? You know what I mean? I think that's kind of weird about the toilet. Like, and then the urinal exists, but like at my work, we don't have a urinal in the men's bathroom, so that's the only option is to just piss where people sit. You know what I mean? I don't know. It was a weird thought that hit my head while I was at work. I'm like, that's like I'm about to sit where 100 men have probably pissed, but there's no other way for me to go to the bathroom without sitting on top of where 100 men have probably pissed. You know what I mean? Yeah, I get showers. I go to the gym. I got a gym membership, and that's part of the reason I do want to get land is so that way I can build some kind of like stationary water shower system. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying collect rainwater and do like the whole 9 yards, but a 5 gallon bucket and a fucking cup, or even just a bottle of water, and then you dunk it in the bucket, and then you pour the water on your head, and you soak yourself up, and then you do the same thing with the 5 gallon bucket, and you jump the water and rinse back off. And then I'd be saving $70 a month because that's what my gym membership is. 70 fucking every other week they hit me for $35 pretty much. And that's the first thing I'm trying to do is in that, because granted I only use the gym membership for a shower. I'm not trying to go to the gym to be burning. I mean, I know I should, honestly, but I don't know. It's just the way I see it. I'm exerting more energy to do that, right? Granted, yeah, it's good to stay in shape. You'll live longer being in shape. You know what I mean? That's why I don't want to be 600 pounds. But at the same time, I feel like if you're using more energy today, like the people that are muscle, built up, they go to the gym 6 times a week. You know what I mean? They're pulling that energy from somewhere. I think they're like ultimately taking time off the end of their life, to work out, because they go to work and they do their thing, they do their job, they make money, but the job doesn't actually physically work them, so that they have to go to the gym too to keep up with their physique. You know what I mean? So you're working on top of working, and then the only thing you're really impressing is yourself. Really, I mean, nobody else is really impressed. You know what I mean? Like, at least to another guy. I mean, we're not like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, oh, if it's somebody you might actually know personally, it might be different. But oh yeah, he's on the path to self betterment, or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. No, I mean, I don't know. So Chuck Norris he's a special case though. Chuck Norris is like almost an alien or something. You know what I mean? Like he's in a special class. Like the dude, he did so, like he had cancer, and he told his body, no, I don't have cancer, and then didn't. You know, he's that tough. He could tell cancer to get the fuck out of his body. I don't know. But anyway, like yeah, Chuck Norris is kind of like, he's a special case. You know what I mean? But yeah, you get what I'm saying though. You're pulling that energy from somewhere. You know what I mean? And granted, like, I don't know, if you're just hanging out underneath a tree, minding your own business, I don't know, I don't think, are you really gonna, you're gonna cut your life expectancy is gonna go down because you're just sitting underneath a tree, minding your own business, laying in a hammock. You know what I mean? Rest is good for our body. You know what I mean? Like, as you get older, the more naps you take, is the longer you'll live. Basically, you know what I mean? Taking even just a little 5 minute cat nap kind of shit. Like your wife's in the grocery store piddling around, and you go out to the car and just take a nap because it's not too hot. You know, just shit like that. I don't know, but I watched my grandfather do it. He'd go do a floor at someone's house, get halfway through doing the floor, go to up to Wendy's or something to get lunch, and then just pull over in his car, turn his car off, and then take like a 15-minute nap, like straight, just pass out for 15 minutes, and then wake back up, fire up the car, and then keep moving, go finish the job. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you get what I'm saying, man. Like fucking meatheads. You know what I mean? you're not necessarily making the world a better place because you can lift 350 pounds. You know what I mean? And then especially if you don't even actually use that while you're at work. You know what I mean? I don't know why you did it. You know, like it's one thing you're building your body up because you're like in the NFL. You know, or you're a teenager trying to make it into the NFL, so you're trying to like bulk up to get there. You know what I mean? But you know, if you're in your 40s, I feel like you're honestly kind of, if you're not doing cardio, you're kind of wasting your time at the gym. Just flat out. Long story short, you know what I mean? Cardio I can get. You know what I mean? Because that's, you know, your heart's like the heart's the engine for your whole body. You know what I mean? Your brain might be the computer for it, but your heart still is like the engine for everything. You know, I don't know. Yeah, and as you do cardio, you're gonna, you know, your fat, you know, all your goo is gonna just shink off you anyway. You know, you'd think your metabolism would probably get better, your lung capacity would probably get better. You know what I mean? It'd be just all plus. But just to see, you know, just to go from bench pressing 185 to bench pressing 250, and then what does that really do? You know, it might improve your looks, but you know, so it's like, so you're vain enough that you're worried about your looks ultimately. You know, I don't know. It's just a difference in philosophy, man. Like I was trying to explain to a dude today, I'm like, I don't know, the housing market right now, it's getting fucking insane, dude. Like it literally is getting fucking insane. Like there's a two-bedroom apartments up the street. They need people in them. Half the apartment complex is empty. They need tenants to, you know, to fill it. But they want $1,500 a month for a two-bedroom apartment. And it, you know, granted, it's a 1,500 square foot apartment, but that's the thing. Is like the fuck. It's a two-bedroom apartment. Why does it need to be 1,500 fucking square feet? That was just stupid. They could have, you know, that could be two apartments. That could be two 700 square foot, two-bedroom apartments, which would still be, you know, not the biggest place, but you're just starting out. Why do you need 1,500 fucking square feet? You know what I mean? The only reason they did that is so that they can charge 1,500 a month. And it seems feasible because it's, look at the square footage. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't know, it's like shitting in one hand and fucking trying to piss in the other at the same time, you know? And it's like, you think a lot of us would wise up and just be like, well, fuck buying a house. You know what I mean? The whole trick is that we kind of want to sit down faster, you know, or get to a point where you can clock out of the system for good faster. I don't know why we stopped to spend $300,000 on a rock first, you know? And then really, it's, I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, why? I could just put $300,000 into my own fucking IRA to clock out sooner, you know? Now, granted, yeah, there's a safety thing to it. There's like a sense of like, this is my place, you know, in the world, kind of, you know, there's a sense of that. But like, if you're driving yourself mentally insane to fucking keep up with the price, then I don't know why the fuck we're doing it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I see all day long. All these people fucking running up a wall every fucking day. They get up and try to run up the wall faster because the shit that's falling down the fucking, you know, the buckets of shit that they're throwing on your fucking face while you're trying to climb up this wall just keeps, you know, it's just keeping it being a bigger and bigger bucket of shit they keep throwing at us. You know what I mean? But I'm like, you know, I don't know. Why do we have to buy into all this shit, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's a personal choice thing, man. Some people, they like working, you know, they love, they're greedy as fuck. They love making a dollar. You know, me, I see through it. You know what I mean? It's just a fucking ticket. You know, it's like it's a fucking ticket. You know, like anything else. You know, like I don't know. Fucking, we're just circus performers. They're just giving us tickets. You know, fucking welcome to the show. You know, but yeah, I don't know. But like yeah, like I said, you know, you could fucking. There's got to be a way you can work like 20, 25 hours a week. You know, and then just avoid buying a 300, $400,000 house. But you know, the only thing is they're not, the investors that are building houses aren't building houses that are like actually affordable either. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm doing. What I'm doing, where I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just buy the dirt. I'll just live on top of the dirt. I don't really need to put a rock on top of dirt and then me to live underneath a rock anyway. You know? I don't know. I'm not saying it the right way. You know what I mean? But yeah. Like if I could build a place for me to live for like 50,000, and then just watch everybody else trying to afford their 400,000. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, my shit's paid. You know, and I'm just throwing money into my own fucking IRA. Like the whole idea is, you just really need to just place this. You know, just need a place to sleep. You know what I mean? And the way I see it, you know, if a woman can't be happy, if a woman's not happy with me, for me and who I am and what I have, you know what I mean? Then you know they honestly don't need to be in my life. You know what I mean? Not trying to be all peacocky just to have a fucking woman around. You know what I mean? If like, if need be, you know, the afterlife is a real thing, then you know I'll just chill here on Earth and then wait till the other side. You know what I mean? Like here on Earth is just a fucking shithole. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to like actually be rewarded here on Earth. You know what I mean? But yeah, I see all these men, man. Everybody busting their ass, doing their thing, you know, like, and all these, even the men that are successful, most of the time, they only have one wife. You know what I mean? Like, you do the same thing that everybody else does, but somehow you actually did it better, and then you still only get one. You still only get one wife. What the fuck? What am I doing that for? Yeah. Fucking, you know, like a plumber working a fucking 70-hour week, and then he still only has one wife. What was the point of that? You could have just worked at Walmart for like 30 hours a week. I don't know. I'm not saying that the right way either. Doing all this shit, and then you get like the same trophy everybody else gets. I don't know, man. It's just stupid. But yeah, you know, you think of like, if you know, if you were really a good man, right? Like you're wise enough that you could talk a woman into being able to work with another woman in the same household. You know what I mean? Like you actually did it. You pulled it off. You know, you got them to see through their own shit. I don't know, man. Like I said, I did stop smoking, man. Well, I wouldn't say slaves. I don't know. I don't know if that's really. We're all. I heard what the word is. We're all wages. You know what I mean? We're all stuck in wagery. We went from slavery to wagery. You know what I mean? Which is honestly, it's a pretty big step up. Honestly, you know what I mean? Granted, we still got a lot more work to do. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where we are now. But I think before that even happens, all the poor people will just be replaced by robots anyway. You know what I mean? They'll start to work on population control. You know what I mean? And they'll really crack down on population control. It'll get to the point where like a banana is $5. You know what I mean? So you can't afford to feed a mouth past yourself. Everybody that's on Earth will have to work to, you know, and then we might even go back to child labor even. You know what I mean? People having to start working at 12 years old or something. You know what I mean? Because granted, the way it is now, you can start working at 14. So the difference between 14 and 12, you know, it's not really. Granted, the only thing is you have to find the job that's willing to work you at 14, because there's all the, you know, really you kind of can't start until you're 18 because all the labor laws and this, that, and the other, and you know, can't work after 9 p.m. And then jobs don't really want to work with all those extra rules. That's why they, you know, you kind of just wait till you're 18 anyway, you know, unless you get lucky at 16. But you know, technically you can bag groceries at 14 years old. So I don't see why the, you know, food costs, you know, housing is insane. People are going to stop trying to, you know, people are going to like turn into me basically and just be like, why am I buying a house? I can't even afford, if I were to work a 40-hour week, I still wouldn't be able to even afford the house. So it would just be a waste of my time here, there, and everywhere in between. You know what I mean? I think more and more people will kind of fall into that until, food prices start to go insane because nobody's buying a house anymore, you know? And then, yeah, and then I don't know. I don't know for sure. I haven't really seen the future to know, but I think honestly it's all a big, huge fight for oil, which we as Americans, we've kind of positioned ourselves to have the last of. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's actually going to happen with that, but you know what I mean? We've got plenty of our own oil, but we still buy it off the rest of the world because, yeah. I wouldn't really want to be president. Like, I thought for a while it'd be cool to be like a governor because Florida, like, really, that's the problem with politicians, man. There's never a politician that's actually like a real person. You know what I mean? And that's why you never know who to vote for, really, because it's always some giant turd or a douchebag, and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I think the one real person I think I've ever actually seen on the ballot in my whole life was probably John McCain, and then maybe Bernie Sanders. But even still, both of those guys were kind of like really more politicians than people. You know what I mean? I think that's, like I said, the biggest thing that's wrong with politicians today is, they'll be like third or fourth or maybe even fucking 12th generation fucking senators. You know what I mean? It's sad. You know what I mean? But yeah. And then, how much, basically, when this country was started, you were a senator because you wanted to be. Like, you were a senator on top of what you did for income, whatever whether you had a plantation or you ran a business or whatever you did for money, whatever you actually did for your income, you were a senator on top of that because your love of the country. You know what I mean? Your senator, you weren't a senator and that was your salary. You know what I mean? You were paid a little bit of a stipend, I bet, for your travel and all this other, reimbursement for that. But you still had to have something else going on too in it. You couldn't just live off of the pay from being a senator. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that's gotten really fucked up is, you know, you got senators with 7-figure fucking incomes and shit. You can't be a real person when that. But yeah, I mean, we're all just kind of stuck in it. You know what I mean? Everybody knows it's the two-party system. Whether, you could paint an asshole red or blue, it's still an asshole. You know what I mean? But yeah, if I ever did make it to presidency, I would try to change that. I would try to change the 40-hour work week needs to be boiled down. It needs to be a 32-hour work week. That way you can have that fifth day every week would be optional. You could go to work on the fifth day if you wanted to break 32, and then at 32 in 1 minute, you'd make overtime. So on a 40-hour week, you would actually make some overtime. You know what I mean? That'd be the first thing I do because we've been stuck on the 40-hour work week since Ford and his factory. You know what I mean? So it's about time to like readjust that because I think before that was a thing, it was 12-hour work days, 6 days a week. And Ford was the one that was like, hang on, we can do an 8-hour day, 5 days a week. That's what I'm saying today. Like, look how much technology's changed too. Like, all these computers in place, like, we ought to have inventory to a T. You know what I mean? Like, all the remainder that was just kind of like lost or thrown away or not written or not seen or all the remainder that was there like in the 50s and the 60s, before the computer was all the way in place. How they would only decimalize so far because they were doing it by hand, or with their brain, pen and paper. You know what I mean? But so much more of that is calculated further with a computer, but yet they're still driving us the same. You know what I mean? I don't know. And then I seen the way farmers live, dude. In Ohio, the corn farmers, right? They bust ass for like 2 weeks in March, and then they bust ass for like 2 weeks in late October, and then the rest of the year they pretty much just try to save their money, hang out, because that's how much the technology's changed. Like, you don't have, you know what I mean? You don't have to be out there cultivating your cornfield all fucking summer. You know, you just drive a tractor over it. It's like a fucking half-day job. You know, then you've got nothing to do for the rest of the week because you're just watching corn grow. You know, and then but yet the people in warehouses were, you know, you can't, like, for me, I can't find a job in a warehouse that's not glued to that 40-hour week bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want you to work in a warehouse only part-time. And if you can, you're really lucky. You found somebody that you talked to the right person, you were able to make your way in. You know what I mean? But I've seen it. There's so many of these fucking warehouse jobs. They're just stuck on that fucking 40-hour week, you know. And I'm not doing that. You know, like, I don't fucking care what the pay is because it's not going to be fucking worth it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, and then the other part of it, like, I don't know. You know, I don't know, dude. But yeah, it's a shit end of a stick either fucking way. But yeah, I'm glad y'all are hanging out with me, talking to me for a minute. You know, let's see what he says here. Bernie started rooting for the enemy, blowing Bill and Hillary. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I think he was a little bit too weed friendly, and people weren't ready to see the whole nation go recreational yet, because it would be a crazy thing. You know what I mean? Because I've seen it in the states where it has gone recreational, and it's, you know, granted, it's a little more peaceful. There's a different vibe in the air. You know what I mean? But you can't get away from it almost because it's recreational. You know what I mean? I don't know. And then it fucks the prices up too. Like, if you're into that game, you know what I mean, and it goes recreational, you're having trouble trying to sell an ounce for fucking, you got an ounce of good shit, and then the most you can get for it is $50 because the market's all fucked up, you know. And at $50 an ounce, that's not even covering your lights. You know what I mean? The lights and the time it took to grow it and everything. You know, you're fucking losing money to sell it at $50, $60 an ounce. So I understand why. You know what I mean? It's all kind of built into the pyramid of things anyway. You know, it's kind of been here before. You know, I think honestly, weed was here before we were building pyramids. To be honest with you, you know what I mean? Let's see. What do you think of Jesus? He's a pretty cool guy, man. The way I see it, even if it was something outside of this world that impregnated Mary. You know what I mean? Whether you believe it was a story or whether you believe it was like actually something that happened. You know what I mean? It was an outside force, whether it was something outside of this world, like an alien, or whether it was something like completely outside of the universe. You know what I mean? It was the spirit itself impregnated Mary. You know what I mean? And I think even that is enough to go off of. You know, plus there's everything else that he did in his life and the life that he lived, the road that he walked. You know what I mean? And you think about everything that Jesus did to be crucified for, and everything Trump has done, and somebody gets a chance to shoot him and misses. You know what I mean? Whether you think Trump's a good president or not. You know what I mean? Look at the difference in lives of Jesus, the road that he had to walk down, and the road that Trump has to walk down, and somehow made it to be the president. You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think we live in too crazy a world for there not to be something that's helping it stay in balance. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And then, like, our whole concept of time, it all revolves around the star. You know, like, our second, our minute, our day, our year, everything. It all depends on the star that we're orbiting around. So as soon as you leave this star, you have a whole nother time scale. You know what I mean? Like, your week could be a day. You know, like, our week could be a day to another planet. You know what I mean? And they calculate time a completely different way because their year is different, their day is different. You know what I mean? Like, a light year is only a light year to us. You know what I mean? A light year. I'm not even sure if they even talk in light years. You know, whoever they. You know what I mean? But I also at the same time don't believe in like one world theology necessarily either, because there's too much shit flying around above our heads that we don't know about. You know what I mean? Even like George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, they saw like George Washington saw a UFO, right? And then think at that time, shit wasn't in the air yet. It's not like the British had flying machines. You know what I mean? So if George Washington said he saw something in the sky, it was either a lightning bug or it was something otherworldly. You know what I mean? Which, granted, yeah, it could have been a bug. You know what I mean? Because it was like, it wasn't even the 1800s yet. You know what I mean? People didn't even really know. Mass majority didn't even fucking know how to read. You know? Yeah, and it is documented that like George Washington is like one of the first people to remember. Yeah, it's like he's one of the first people ever in history to say that he saw unidentified flying object. I'm not sure, but I think that's where the term came from. But like he went to Benjamin Franklin, and they were like, like as far as I know, the British don't have any flying machines yet. Things like Da Vinci was playing with like wooden, building stuff out of wood, but they hadn't actually did anything where they could get all the way off the ground. You know, but that's why it's one of the things. It's like if it wasn't, if that wasn't them, well then who was that? You know, and then like totally alien technology is the way we got to be thinking here. You know what I mean? You take the caveman technology that's already around us, and then think outside the blocks. Think alien technology, and then try to find a way to link the two together. Right? Trying to find a way where the two roads combine into each other, and you can think of things that nobody's ever thought of. You know what I mean? Just because you're thinking slightly that further outside the box. You know what I mean? And that's what I think a lot of our ideas come from as Americans. I don't know for sure, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. That's my thoughts on Jesus and like the whole situation we're in, I guess. I hope he comes back, to be honest with you. It's a I don't know. I wasn't here. I wasn't alive in another time to see how much worse things are today. But yeah, I don't know. I think about the world's about as corrupt as it has ever been today because of major corporations. Like the government was already kind of corrupt, and then all these corporations started spawning. And then all these corporations are even more corrupt than the government they're under. You know, like I don't know if any of y'all live down south ish, but you probably have a store near you called Publix, right? And then to me, every time I go into a Publix, it feels communist. You know what I mean? Like it's an American grocery store, but they're like extra, like they have these extra buttons and stuff. Everybody's like standing up straighter, and everybody's like, like it's like a communist fucking grocery store almost. Like everybody's smiling at, everybody's got a bigger smile on. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, like Disney Channel's kind of communist in a way. You know what I mean? I'm sure you get what I'm saying there. But that's the thing is like I don't know. A lot of people don't realize you have to get to a certain age to even realize. Like the country, it was never actually a democracy. It was both a communism and a democracy. That's the way it was invented. Like since Benjamin Franklin like wrote all the checks and balances, it was always a communist democracy. It was always both at the same time. But to the rest of the world, they don't. Nobody sees that. They don't understand. But if you live here and you're not you're not doing your 40-hour week. You need to do 40-hour week. You're not working hard enough. You're a fucking lazy bum. Go to work. Either go to work or go to school. Constantly being yelled at to do more. But we're free. And then there's all the subliminal messaging. Like fucking drink Coke, chew Skull, fucking smoke Marlboro, drink Red Bull, fucking, yeah, that's all it is, man. I work in car parts, so I'm pretty much like a crack dealer, you know what I mean? If your car's fucked up, you're eating, oh fuck, I don't know how I'm gonna get to work tomorrow. You're telling me the part I need ain't even go to another store across town to go get it, or I can wait 3 days for it to get here. It's like, oh shit, yeah, oh fuck, I don't know how I'm gonna get to work tomorrow. It's fucking, Like, it's a pretty good racket selling car parts, dude. It should almost be illegal. You know what I mean? Because people come in and every car part's like $100 now. And the stupidest shit. Fucking O2 sensors are $100. Fucking fuel injectors, $100. Ignition coils, $100. Fucking temperature, fucking thermostats, fucking $100. Fucking distributor cap. Oh, you need a radiator cap? You're lucky. That's only $45. Shit. They just write whatever number they think is, like, what's the most we can possibly charge for this? How do you think, like, it's just scrap steel to me. How do you think somebody pay $100 for it though, really? Yeah, it's a rotor, dude. It's like, you know what it is? It's probably all it is. Recycled scrap steel. It gets fucking sent to India, smelted and then repressed into fucking rotors, and then they buy it for 10 cents a pound and then sell it to us for $100 a piece. And I don't see why more people aren't just buying golf carts, man. You can get a decent running golf cart that'll last you a couple years for like $3,000. You spend $3,000 on a car, you might get a couple months out of it. You'd be lucky you get a couple years out of it. That's the saddest part, man. And the shit that's going up in price is also going down in material quality. I don't know. But no, man, I wish I worked at O'Reilly's. I think O'Reilly's pays more. But it's also harder to get in at O'Reilly's. Like the application process, even to get to the point where you get an interview, it's what I mean. It's all fucking bullshit. Like I was saying earlier, like the applications, man, they're like, it's like a final exam for English. Almost. Some of these applications, the way they've gotten, it's like doing an English final exam. Except the final exam in English was like probably ultimately easier. You know what I mean? And then you get to the job. I've worked so many jobs, and you work with somebody that doesn't even fucking know English. It's like, well, how did you do the application? How did you even do the application to get an interview here? And it's like, oh, my son did it for me, or I got a cousin that did it for me. I've got people that say they love me. It won't even fucking do applications for me. It's like, I don't have a problem working. It's the fucking bullshit application process that's involved with before actually getting paid. It's like the fucking 200 hours of labor to find the job, and then you're so fucking worn out from all this, asking the same question, repeating answers, refilling in the same information, moving all this information, retyping it in on a whole other fucking website. And the way the computers are linked up nowadays, you ought to be able to just type it all in once. You just type it all in once, and then like they you know what I mean? You just type it, I don't know. I'm not even saying it the right way, but it's like, I don't know. All these computers, they're all connected to each other anyway. Why do I have to re-input the same information on a whole other fucking website? Like, but it all exists on the internet. All these different little websites that finger on, come off of this, they all are on the internet anyway. It's like you can't just transpose the information from one finger to the other. I have to re-input it all. And it's all fucking bullshit, dude. But yeah, man, I don't know. But that's why I was thinking, man, it might be easy just to open up a bar, man. Just beer and wine only, no hard liquor, because there's a different license with all of that. But yeah, if you got beer for cheap, people are gonna come by, right? And if you're the owner, you know you can get wholesale, right? So you'd be getting wholesale beer. So if you're a drinker yourself, I'm not, you know what I mean? But if you're a beer drinker yourself, you can get wholesale beer, you know, like because you're buying 1,000 bottles of it at a time or whatever, and then you basically sell them out for double, you know, double what you paid, and you're sitting on cold beer waiting for it to sell, you know. I've seen it done. It's just it takes a certain amount of capital before you know before it can actually before you can flip the thing over and do it yourself. You know what I mean? But I've had people tell me like you know like why don't you just move to the beach and sell weed, bro? And I'm like, hmm. I'm like, you know, why don't I just move to the beach and just sell beer? Just sell beer on the beach, man. Just, you know, but that's illegal. You need to have a whole business, and you got to buy a shell. You know, you have to have a shell for that company to exist in. You know, you can't just have like an ice cream cart that's full of beer, and you're on the beach. And it's like, hey man, cervezas, $3 cervezas right here. $5 beers on the bean. You got a little cart pushing. You know, other countries you could do that, but here, nope. You gotta buy a storefront. You know, and it'd be cool. You know, have like a little fucking tiki bar that's on the beach. You know what I mean? Selling beer. Fuck, you know, it's the dream. It's you know probably half of America's basically trying to do that. And then that's the other part, man. Like so many people just reselling shit to other people. You know, that's what they do for work. You know, like even my job, we're just buying shit from India and China and Mexico and then selling it to Americans at the highest American, you know, the highest price you could possibly charge for the shit. And then paying the people in Mexico like 50 cents an hour to manufacture it or however much, you know. it's, it's just so fucked, dude. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we're not even actually producing anything more anymore. I don't know. Like I was passing by a sign, one of the construction signs on the side of the road, and it said "men working." Right? There's a big old 4 foot orange sign that says "men working." But I look around, there's no road crew anywhere. There was nobody's working on the power lines. Nobody's doing any land. I'm looking around. There was no men anywhere, but they had this big huge 4 foot sign up that said "men working." And I was like, I was gonna go right on the sign like on computers. Yep. That's what people have been telling me for years. Like, oh, you should get into entertainment. I even had a dude. I was in jail, and this guy he worked on the cruise ships business for some reason or another. He was in jail with me, and he was telling me he's like, you should get into entertainment. He's like, you could do it. He's like, you need to get into entertainment, but I didn't know how to do it. You know how do you even do it? Who do you got to know somebody in entertainment to really get in. You know what I mean? My dad was a dishwasher, so I'm happy to do anything other than wash dishes. Basically, I feel like I've I'm already kind of a step up because my dad washed. Half of my life, my dad was a dishwasher for money. You know what I mean? So me doing anything other than that to make money, I feel like I've already progressed. You know. But yeah, it's like I've had all kinds of people tell me, "Oh, you need to get into entertainment." That's the problem is you're in the wrong industry. You know. But yeah, I'm trying to break my way in. I would at least love to be like the dude that holds a microphone, right? You just hold a microphone above camera, like right out of the picture of the camera. You're that guy holding a microphone. I think that'd be the perfect job for me. Either that or being the dude that you hold the sign, the road construction crew doing their thing, they're fixing the road or whatever. And you're holding a sign that says stop on one side and slow on the other side. I think that's my job. You know what I mean? But even still, I don't know who to talk to get that job. You know what I mean? If I'm the dude with the slow stop sign, I could do a 40-hour week of that. You know what I mean? The only hard part would be getting to the shop at 5:30 in the morning. You know what I mean? But then it would all be downhill from there. You know what I mean? You just show up on time, and then you just hold this sign. Before you know it, the day's over. You know what I mean? I've even seen them out there with the cigarette shit. They're out there smoking a cigarette, you know, just rotating the sign from slow to stop, making more fucking money than I'm making too. Like, I don't understand. How the fuck do you make more money to do less work nowadays? It's become too much of a thing. Yeah. But yeah, you know, like I don't plan on ever making it that big. It'd be nice to even just have 1,000 subscribers and, you know, be making like 2 pennies because the amount of views that like my videos get. But you know what I mean? Even 2 cents, I'll make a fucking video every day. You know, and that 2 cents it'll start to compound. You know, and then maybe, I don't know, because I've been looking at other smaller creators trying to see like, you know, like how big do I think I might even actually be able to get if I were to push it. You know, because it's a lot of work from, you know, from 0 to 1,000 or even from 0 to 10,000 or, you know, whatever. It'd be nice to get a plaque. I'm sure you know this, Silver Fox, but you know, it's like it's a dream. You know, it's not something you actually plan on doing. You know, it'd be cool if the channel ever actually explodes, and you know that happens to be. You know, you got you know, you'd have to find a place to put the plaque. You know what I mean? Even figure out where. You know, like for me, I wonder where the fuck they're even gonna mail it. You know, you're trying to send it to my email address. That's the dream though. You know what I mean? If I could maybe get a plaque, that'd be cool. What am I puffing on? Let's see here. I got this stuff from the doctor's office. This is called Cranberry Z. And then this other stuff is just from the Family Dollar. They're called Cheyenne Wild Cherry. And then the filter's kind of like got a cherry, you know, kind of the not necessarily a cough syrup cherry flavor, but like a lollipop cherry flavor, you know, in a way. And it's kind of like you could just like, you know, people that like I don't want to say it. I don't know how else to say it though. People that like you're the opposite of Cottonmouth. You get like really really wet lips. You know what I mean? These are good cigars for them because you get a lot of cherry. You know, you can lick the cherry off your lip afterward, and the more you're licking your lip, the more cherry you're getting on your lip the next time you hit the cigarette. You know what I mean? I was thinking the best way I could say it was people that are opposite of Cottonmouth. People that are opposite of Cottonmouth. Yeah. I don't know how else to say that. Everybody knows what it is, but I can't say it. It's the funniest word in the world, but also don't ever say it. And I don't know, it's kind of funny how that word is even like, it's even a thing. You know what I mean? Like, you go to Earth, like, you know, and then like they're still using that word. Are you fucking kidding me? like, like, really? It's been 1,000 years. Like, it's the year 3000, and y'all are still using that word. Like, grow the fuck up. You know. It's almost like, you know, it's like I wonder how long that word's gonna be a thing. We'll probably have to stop using that word before Jesus comes back. That's probably what the thing is too. So it's probably gonna be a while, you know. Oh man, these I get them for $1.91 with tax. You know what I mean? And then you still get 20, right? So it's less than 10 cents a cigar. So they're really hard to quit, you know, because I'm not paying for a Netflix subscription. You know, I signed up. I had 2 months of the YouTube Premium or whatever, where I had like ads free on the YouTube, you know, and then they charged me for a third month, and then I turned that off. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't have any subscriptions to anything. So these are pretty much like, this is my Netflix. You know, it's pretty good entertainment too. Like, You don't have something to do, but you're like, oh wait, I got a cigarette. I'll smoke a cigarette. Like what am I doing? Like there'd be places I'm hanging out, right? I'm just hanging out, like like for instance in the back of a neighborhood, right? And then sometimes the cops will get called, and the cops show up. They see me watching YouTube, smoking cigars. So they're like, oh, it's just that's just a dude. It's just a dude loitering, and there's no sign that says he can't loiter. You know what I mean? So there's not really. But if I wasn't smoking the cigars, they would imagine what else you're doing. You know what I mean? They'd be like, well, you just smoking. You're back here smoking crack. Like you hit. You got a heroin needle. What are you doing? Like you know what I mean. But because you're smoking a cigar, you're just chilling, smoking cigars. I'm just chilling, watching YouTube, smoking cigars. There's no reason to look any further. You know what I mean? And if they do look any further, the only thing they're going to find is my store bought weed and my medical card. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Because, there's a lot of times I'm parked just chilling like I am right now, and the workers, they kind of know me here. You know what I mean? I come here a lot. Um, but yeah, like I see a guy, they'll probably think I'm in my car talking to myself. You know what I mean? I'm like, don't mess with that. Don't just walk by, act like you don't even see what's going on in that car. So download Tubi so you can watch free movies. Yeah, that's what I had. I think it was Peacock TV. No, not Peacock TV. Was it Peacock? Pluto. I had the Pluto TV for a minute, but my phone's starting to get bogged down with all the apps and stuff, and I have to keep a certain amount of my phone storage. I have to keep open for video space, video footage and all that. And then the app I use, I compress all the videos together, and then it makes a whole nother video file. Like 51 minutes of video, and then I put it together in another video. It wants to copy all that and then save another 51-minute video file on top of the 51 minutes of footage. You know what I mean? So I got like double the data, and I'm waiting. I gotta get this video uploaded, and then I can delete it all. You know what I mean? So all these extra bullshit apps and stuff I'm trying not to have. That's pretty much what I use YouTube for. YouTube's got a bunch of free movies. And then I like longer style videos on YouTube too. Like if I see a video that's over an hour long and it's something I'm actually interested, you know what I mean? Like the Y Files. That dude's pretty good. YWHY. It's kind of like X Files, but he's the Y Files, and yes, Y. If you haven't seen that dude yet, it's good. It's like sci-fi. He's an actual producer. Like he actually came from A&E. I think it was on A&E, the network, cable television channel A&E. I think it was A&E he was on, and he was like an actual producer on A&E, and now he's a YouTuber. And he's the host. You know what I mean? Where before he was a producer, he was a faceless producer. Now he's a producer and a host on YouTube. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm talking about him too much already. Yeah. Anyway, I kind of don't like Hecklefish. Like I get the idea. It's like it's like a light stick guy. Kind of lightens the mood a little bit. But sometimes Hecklefish is just like he's too cheesy. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like he almost like the guy, I forget his name. The guy needs somebody else to write the jokes for Hecklefish because he's not really a joker. You know what I mean? He's not really, because he does write jokes, but like his jokes, they don't even land like dad jokes sometimes. Like a good dad joke is still funny. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Sometimes Hecklefish's jokes, they're like, I don't know, like, the timing was off, dude, or something. You know what I mean? I'm sure you get what I'm saying. But Hecklefish is still needed. You know what I mean? It's still you can't. He couldn't do the show without having Hecklefish chime in and say something. It'd be like, where the fuck is Hecklefish? What the fuck? What did I pay for? Like you didn't pay me anything. Well, still, what the fuck what did I pay for? You want me to pay for this shit? Where's my Hecklefish? But yeah. Y-Files, he's got some good shit, and then he's got the compilation videos, it's just 4 hours of, I don't know. But yeah, there's Y-Files, there's fucking all kinds of shit, dude. All kinds of videos on crypto, and And then all the different videos in crypto, like I don't know, they always got their, I don't know. I do think it's honestly, it's a step forward for us to stop having to pass paper back and forth to each other to pay each other. You know what I mean? Like, if we can settle a transaction between two people without needing paper, I feel like, paper money is for cavemen at this point. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just my crypto mindset, but like I honestly, people that prefer paper money, you're a fucking caveman. You know, just the way I see it. It's a paper note to back up the rock-based economy that we did have. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, it smells good, but yeah, I don't know. It's dirty. I don't like, me as a cashier. I don't like fucking with paper. Everybody's got their greasy, dirty, fucking nasty paper. All these mechanics come in, and that's all they do. They don't do a transaction without it being in paper. Those fucking greasy ass fucking. Hey, yeah, cool, man. Woo! Thanks for the $100 donation, man. I'm gonna go buy a bottle of Jaeger, man. That's what Ian would say. Don't tell him I said that. He might be my boss one day. I've been hitting him up, dude. Like, if he actually does make a store, I've been telling him, like, dude, I will work overnight for you, because like he seems like he'd be a cool boss. At sometimes there might be sometimes he might be an idiot because he doesn't know what he's doing yet. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not saying because I'm trying to take advantage of that, but I honestly feel like he'd be a real down to earth boss. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you're not stealing from him, I don't think he'd have. You know what I mean? I don't think he'd have any reason to not respect the work that you're doing for him. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. If he actually does end up getting a store, I'll gladly work, like 2, 3 nights a week overnight for him, and he wouldn't have to, maybe me and another guy, if it's that busy Saturdays and Sundays, because I bet Ian's store is going to be busy as fuck too. I don't know if you all even know who I'm talking about, but he's got 250,000 subscribers. You're going to tell me, I bet every single day somebody that's subscribed to him is going to come in the store wanting to meet him. You know what I mean? And then granted, he can't work there every single fucking day. So I think it'd be cool if he had like other content creators, like his whole store is all people that are content creators. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Armando thing, he needs to patch it up with Armando, because it was honestly the two of them just stopped talking for a week or something like that, and then yeah, I know, but he's still a cool dude, man. Like, I honestly, I feel like in a perfect world, I would love to have that guy for a boss versus the guy that I currently have for a boss. You know what I mean? Because Ian seems more Christian, at least, than my boss, who is a former correctional officer, who is more interested in his motorcycle bike gang that he's in. He's more interested in his motorcycle club charter that he's than his actual store that he's supposed to be running as the GM, and then that he's also making like $80,000 or $85,000 a year, because he's supposed to be running the store, but he more or less just kind of like he's the GM, but he kind of comes in like he's a filler employee or something. At least from what I see, you know what I mean. I don't know. He lets the store just kind of run itself, and then he just comes and he works the hours that he's supposed to be there, and then slowly the store's kind of falling apart because he's just letting the store run itself. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't feel like Ian would, I don't know. I haven't worked for the dude to know, but you know what I mean? I don't feel like the dude would be any worse than where I'm currently at if it actually did turn into something, you know what I mean? And I would, how hard would it be to work fucking overnight at a gas station too, dude? Like restock some coolers if you have that much downtime. Mop the floor at some point in the 8-hour shift, some point in the 8-hour shift that you're there, mop the floor, clean the roller grills, deal with the customers. You know what I mean? That's probably all there really is. You know what I mean? Other than staying up all night to do it. keep being you, and I love the epic homelessness art. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I mean, because honestly, I'm gonna continue to build. Maybe not every single day, but like year after year, there's gonna be at least small amounts of progress that you'll be able to see. You know what I mean? And the people that are in it for the long haul, you know what I mean, myself included. It'd be cool to like not only see where I get to, but like where I came from again. Like rewatch, every bit of material that I even have. Sorry, it was a girl with a really nice butt. I was looking. I'm sorry. This butt, oh my god, it was like 3 feet wide. I like them like that. Like you hold a yardstick up to their butt, and their butt's wider than the yardstick. Like, God, I gotta take a look at that. She grew that. You know what I mean? That's not a Brazilian butt lift. She grew that. I think her friends heard me say that. They're sitting in the car. But anyway, y'all get it, man. Fuck, everybody got their taste. Okay, yeah, they weren't her friend either. Alright. LOL, can't. You gotta turn sideways. Turn sideways to get through the door. I want a woman that's 4 foot tall and 4 foot wide. A strong back black woman that's 4 foot tall. I want a woman who can give me a piggyback ride. Yeah. It's like, dang. Yeah, I can paint a pretty good picture. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and light this up now. But I do apologize, guys. I know I said I was gonna stop smoking. I made it like put it in the video and everything, and I don't know, man. Basically, I'm only smoking like a pack a week. And then I don't know. Fuck my boss, man. I don't know if he was doing it just as a joke or what, but he took me off the schedule for tonight, right? And I looked last night. Because I was looking to see what time because like, am I supposed to come in at 3 or 4 or 5? Because I'm pretty sure he put 5 p.m. But at the same time, it's a Saturday, so it makes no sense for me to come in at 5. I normally come in at 3 on Saturday because the rush is different. You know what I mean? I'm more of a closer dude, so I more or less work 5 to 9. But yeah, for Saturday he had me only 5 to 9, so I kind of went and got on the website to check my schedule. Because I didn't want to be late. I'm only 2 days a week as it is. You know what I mean? I can't really call out or be late if I'm only on the schedule that much. But yeah, I checked the schedule and he took me all the way off the schedule on Saturday. So I called, I texted him. And I was like, yo, did I do something wrong? Like, did I get a write-up or something? I'm like, why did I lose half my hours in the middle of the week? You know what I mean? Kind of just threw me off, I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I don't know, dude. Because he knows I'm homeless. He knows I kind of depend on the job. You know what I mean? Like, it's the little bit of stability I have right now is that job. But at the same time, I can't really be there for you 5-6 days a week like he was the last couple of weeks. Because he's got to remember, I'm resetting and coming and showing up from in my car. You know what I mean? Granted, I could just kick myself out of my lazy gear. You know what I mean? But I don't know, dude, man. It's like, fucking, I don't know. And then doing all this, resetting and fucking showing up 6 days a week, and then getting 28 hours at the end of all that, it's just abuse, man. And that's the way I saw it, like anybody would agree. Like, it's not use. You're not using me. You're trying to abuse me. Like, not necessarily. He's not whipping me. You know what I mean? I'm not outside, fucking digging a ditch and getting paid nothing. But at the same time, it's like, I might as well be. I am outside. I'm not digging a ditch, but I'm still not getting paid nothing. He doesn't seem to remember that, Like, I don't know. It takes a lot of energy out of you You know, just even just dealing with homelessness. You know what I mean? People they don't see that side of it because they're not homeless themselves. You know, they get to go home and enjoy their leisure time. But kind of like when you're homeless, you kind of like have no leisure time. Kind of. Well, I mean, it depends. It's a mindset thing. Not everybody's the same, but like I'm trying to, you try to get out of that situation. You don't. I don't know. I'm not trying to be in this situation where I could just like envelop myself in it. You know what I mean? It'd be one thing if I was, only just sitting there holding a sign on the corner trying to make enough money for beer every day. But I'm not trying. I'm trying to make enough to move forward. You know. But I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I got a little piece of cardboard. I went out there. I tried it for a little bit, but there's so many other people doing it, man. Like you can't. I don't look scrubby enough where people are gonna give me money. At the same time, you don't want to look like you're gonna go turn around and walk. You don't want to look like you're gonna turn around and walk 100 feet and go see your meth dealer either. You know what I mean? You want to kind of, I don't know. It's a looks thing, sort of. You know what I mean? But at the same time, everybody's fucking tapped out because there's so many fucking homeless people, man. You got everybody, every fucking corner. There's somebody begging you for a fucking dollar. People coming up, you're just sitting in your car. Like people come up to me asking me for money all the fucking time, dude. I'm like, dude, like, I'm like, I bet some of y'all probably even seen it, dude. There was a dude. I was live streaming, and a fucking dude comes up and asks me for money in the middle of the fucking live stream. I'm like, dude, you know. But yeah, man. Yeah, fucking Jesus Christ. But yeah, I don't know, man. I do appreciate y'all chilling with me, having a little smoke session together. Fucking yeah, man. So I really don't know what the fuck to do tonight, man. Like half of me, like I'm like, well, let me go down to the church parking lot because tomorrow will be Sunday morning. Just wait till about 11 and then go down to the church parking lot and it ain't no thing. But part of me is like, let me go over to that other spot where I ran into those two dudes because the dude tried to tell me don't come back. I bet y'all even heard it in the video. He's like, yeah, okay, well go ahead and leave, don't come back. And I'm like, I'm like, wait, you can't tell me that I can't come back. I'm like, first off, like the dude had no authority to even actually tell me to leave. Like he can ask me to leave all fucking day long, but he's got no actual authority to make me leave, and then much less tell me that I can't come back. It's a fucking public county road. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'm sure you live in a city where people park on. You have a house with no driveway, and the people park on the street, right? It's kind of like that. I'm parked on the street. I'm not in your driveway. I'm not on your grass. I'm not even in front of your fucking house. I don't know why you have a fucking problem with it. You're just going around trying to stir up shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, like I don't think the last video, but no, it was the last video. I gotta get editing and stuff too. Basically I did like no filming today because I only did like one order because I had to clock in at 3:15, and I pretty much didn't start moving until noon, so I only really had like an hour to catch something, and then I try to be in the parking lot at work. Yeah, I had to be there at 3:15 today. I tried to be in the parking lot at 2:30. And just kind of like wait until I clock in. You know what I mean? And then for me to be in the parking lot at 2:30, I got to take my last delivery by 2. Because it could take a half hour to get that delivery finished. You know what I mean? So I basically only had time to run one fucking order today. And then yeah, I got out so late. I don't know. The coworker, the guy that I'm working with, they're looking at him to make him a general manager. Like he's got it. He's got the attitude. He's got the look. He's got everything going for him. He's got the knowledge. He's got the motivation. You know what I mean? The pay is good, so he's motivated. He's highly motivated, but at the same time, he's young. He's only like 19. So he honestly, he's kind of got to age. He's got to age a little bit more before he'll like really fill the position all the way. You know, because when you walk into a car parts store, you don't expect to see somebody that's a fast food manager be the manager at the car parts store. You know what I mean? You expect to see somebody that's a little more aged. You know what I mean? That's his only problem is he's so young that he's gonna have to probably do another 5 years of work before they'll give him that spot. Just because he'll have to prove himself. You know, so it's 5 more years of work, 5 more years of doing the work of the GM, or at least part of the GM's work, but then not getting the pay. You know what I mean? So I understand where he's coming from. He wants to kind of just go find something else, but they're trying to talk him into staying. You know what I mean? I don't know. But anyway, they moved him to another store. He's moving in about another week or so. He's going to the other store. And then he's kind of like mentally checked out already at this store. I don't know. I kind of noticed that working with him tonight. Like he was still doing the stuff, like the paperwork stuff and the back of house type of stuff. You know what I mean? He was still doing, but he was like mentally checked out. He didn't have no time to he didn't want to talk. Because normally we will bullshit with each other, but he was like the moment I'd come over to try to converse with him, just to try to pass time faster because we're there for 6 hours, wait until 9 o'clock. The moment I would do that, he would try to like walk away to go find something else to do. So it was like he's either mad at me for something I did, which I don't know what I did other than try to show him, like, look, you don't. The majority of us will work a 40-hour week for these corporations, and then we won't even actually get anything out of it other than a paycheck. The majority of us. You know what I mean? It's just the way the world works. You know what I mean? Only the brightest, only the best and brightest are going to be able to actually move up. You know what I mean? So you could be spending your time trying to shine as bright as you can, but there's just somebody that looks better than you that works just as hard as you, and then they'll get the position. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just fucked up, but that's where I'm like, man, I'm in my 30s. Like I spent time running around closing a restaurant 6 nights a week. You know what I mean? I did that for a while. I've been all through everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm trying to like slow down now. Because I don't know, like fucking, I feel like March just started, and now it's already the 21st. Like March is almost over. You know what I mean? No, I don't know, dude. I can only imagine like having to cover a $1,200 a month rent. And then like the months are just flying by so fucking fast. It's like you got like 2 days to rest, and then go start worrying about the next month's rent. You know, like, and I'm sorry for all y'all. You know what I mean? It's a different path. I don't have any kids. You know what I mean? I don't have no fucking 3-year-old jumping off my belly. Telling me I'm hungry every time I drive past a McDonald's. I only have myself telling me that. You know what I mean? But yeah. I got my bubblegum ruts. It's encrypted. Hell yeah. Yeah, is it on video, Jerry? Yeah, I got. So it's like mostly at the end of the last video. I don't know if you're still with me or what. I'm sorry, man. I might have already answered that question already. I'm sorry. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna figure out Silver Fox. I'm gonna figure out how to live stream. I'm gonna watch a video on how to do it. Like we'll do like a partner live stream thing. You know what I mean? That way we can bounce off each other talking. You know what I mean? Do like a podcast or something kind of thing. If you'd want. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're gonna be here chilling with me anyway, we might as well, both have our heads there. And just I don't know. It's up to you though. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna try and force you to do anything. But yeah, dude, I don't know. Damn, it's kind of fun, man. I mean, I kind of looked forward to it. Like I was rushing my buddy at work. Like I clocked out 5 minutes before he did, and I was ready to leave, but he had like a friend come by or whatever, like a last minute. So he's there in the back talking to them, and like I'm like ready to go. So I just clocked out and waited outside, because we're not supposed to technically leave one guy there by them. You're supposed to have two guys at least as a witness to whatever happened. I don't know, for one reason or another, for security purposes, we're supposed to clock out and leave together. You know what I mean? So I could probably get written up technically for me clocking out, but I was still there. I didn't like clock out and then run to my car and then leave. You know what I mean? Like I was just outside the door. I wasn't gonna lift another finger after that point. But anyway. What up, Kev? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Appreciate you stopping by for a minute, Kev. I know you're a busy man. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm probably gonna go around the corner and just park over there where those two guys chased me away from the other day. Because, like I said, they did call the cops, right? And the cop gets there. Like I said, he just wanted to see my ID. That's all. He talked to me for a minute. He's like, "What's your YouTube channel? What do you got on your YouTube channel?" I'm Blue. Yeah, I made you a moderator. Yeah, Kev, you're a moderator. So you can, if somebody you don't like, somebody said something you don't like, you got the right to throw them out. You can ban them from my channel. Like, I don't know why Snooks almost should have you as a moderator on his channel. You know what I mean? You and Brain Shorts, I feel like, because y'all are always there, and then maybe Ethos as well. Maybe he doesn't do moderators. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make anybody feel like, you know what I mean. But Kev, I think Kev was like a subscriber before I even hit 50. You know what I mean? I think he was like one of the people that even, because you need 50 subscribers to go live for some reason. You can't just go live and then get you have to have subscribers before you can go live. I don't know. For some people, that's like they don't want to make videos. They just want to go live. You know what I mean? But you have to wait till you get 50 subscribers. And how the fuck do you get 50 subscribers? Unless you have 50 friends that are all gonna, you know what I mean? But who the fuck's got friends like that? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Like me, I got like four actual friends, 4 people that I reached out to, even, that I was like, hey man, will you sign up to my YouTube? You don't even have to watch my shit, just when I make it to 1,000, you can unsubscribe. It's like, don't be policing me. But yeah, I figure for the most part, you just put people in timeout anyway. He's like, why am I in blue? Why is my name in blue? Like, I'm not trying to have a spotlight on me. What the fuck is this? Yeah. Yeah, Snooks doesn't have any mods. He don't trust anybody. I think that's what you meant to say. He don't trust anybody. That's fucked up. At least, like you don't have like, I don't know. He don't have the Luigi to his Mario, or I guess the Mario to his Luigi. You know what I mean? He don't have, like he don't have somebody that comes in and hangs out, and then I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Silver Fox, he's a fellow creator. He makes music videos and shit. If you're into ICP at all, or Boondocks, or Twisted, or anybody Dark Carnival related, he'd be good to check him out. everybody's got their own style on shit, you know. Yeah, man. But yeah, I'm chilling, man. Oh, it's not a big deal, man. Fucking, you're welcome. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna hit the bowl real quick. No, I see what you. Sorry. That was pretty great. That was a pretty great. Woo. My 50 Cent high. My 50 Cent is all-time high video I worked on. I am fighting for fair use. Yeah, I don't get that, man. I feel like if you took something else and then revamped it, if you can, if it is arguably at least 10% different, it is your own creation. It might have been inspired by that, you know, because it's say 88% of the song is Gangster's Paradise, let's say, but you can bring it to court, have a jury agree that it's at least 10% different from the original, because you either change the tempo or you put an extra verse into it, or you know what I mean, you put enough flavor into it that you've changed it into a whole nother song, you know what I mean. I think honestly that's the way copyright should be, you know what I mean, because like once you produced it, it basically it is public domain, you know what I mean. Like granted, yeah, you can, I don't know, you know what I mean, but like I don't know, dude, it's stupid. But like Eminem, you know, he don't make a song to keep it underground, you know what I mean. And then as long as you credit the artist, I don't, you know what I mean. You're still kind of like, well, here, this is where I got that from. If you, I don't know, you know what I mean. It's just stupid. Copyrights are fucking stupid because you're really not trying to like, you know, you're not trying to copyright Tech Nine's music and then like you're on stage performing it and making 20 grand to perform his music on stage. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just fucking stupid. And that part's stupid too. Like I've even noticed like some people can say it on YouTube, but other people can't say it on YouTube. It's like, how about nobody says it? You know what I mean? If it's still a word that causes a problem, whether it's said one way or the other, let's just not say it at all. Let's just throw it away. Let it be a part of dead history. You know what I mean? Let's like evolve and move forward from it. Like I don't know, dude. Like I wish I was black, so that way I could be like, yo, what the fuck are y'all doing, bro? Like, like, like I can get it, like if you're trying to call him an idiot, and you're like, hey, but fucking you using it 5 times in one sentence only makes you look like an idiot. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I don't know. I appreciate the likes, guys. I think this is like the most likes I've gotten on a live stream in a while. But yeah, man, hour and 46, man. We're chilling. But yeah, man, I'd like my channel to get big enough to the point where I could like maybe even schedule events and stuff. And the people that are my viewers You know, it's not, you know, I'm not expecting everybody to show up, you know what I mean? But you plan on having like a viewer appreciation party or something once a year or something, you know, for free, you know, whatever. Like a viewer appreciation party, or, you know, we all go out and camp, you know, or I don't know. That'd be cool, you know what I mean? You got 10 days to respond. Sorry, man. I'm trying to think of the next thing to talk about. Let's see. I can't super chats. I need to get to 500 subscribers first, and then super chats open up, and yeah, I can't get monetized. Like I can't get like the amount of views my videos get. You know what I mean? But say I get say I get 100 views on a video, I have to make it. I have to make it to 1,000 subscribers and get 100 views on a video. I think 100 views is a penny. I think. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not really, like I said, it's more or less for fun. You know what I mean? Because I ain't got nothing else to fucking do right now anyway. You know what I mean? If I weren't, if I weren't live streaming, I'd be probably watching somebody else's live stream. You know what I mean? Instead, I'm getting to know y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all are getting to know me at least. But yeah, like I don't know what else am I gonna do anyway. You know? Yeah, like what? Get a 4 pack? Get a 4 pack of beer? Sit on a fucking milk crate, drink the beer. How many hours do you have so far on the stream? Oh, I'm not. Yeah, that's the other part. Yeah, you have to hit viewing hours. Save like if nobody ever subscribes, right? Like, but people are watching. People, you're getting like 20,000 views on your videos, but for some reason people aren't subscribing. They're not just actually. They love watching and they'll watch more than 5 minutes of your videos, but they're not hitting subscribe. You can, like he's saying, you can get. I think it's 4,000 hours watched. So it's either 1,000 subscribers or 4,000 hours watched. I think it might be both. To be honest with you, I think you need both. But I've seen people. I've literally seen a dude. He didn't have 1,000 subscribers yet, and he broke monetization before he had 1,000 subscribers. So I think it's like 3 or 4,000 hours viewed. So that's why I posted that black screen video, where it's just 2 hours of a black screen. I was thinking about posting a couple more of those, without the whole channel just being 10 hours of black screen. You know what I mean? But I could squeeze one in there every now and then, and people that support me, or they could click on that video to fall asleep to or whatever. People that some people do watch black screens or whatever anyway. You know what I mean? Like I might find like a small niche of people that are both watching my videos and then also needing that video to sleep with. You know what I mean? And then they click on it, and then it's 3 hours of view time, or you know what I mean? That whole thing. But I'll do different ones. I'll do like cricket noises, and I'll do like fan noises. I'll do like AC running. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll think. But I'm trying to like put a decent amount of time. I think I'm gonna do a video in between the chronicles. Like I'm thinking about finding different places to stealth camp and doing a little more stealth camping videos in a way. Um, but yeah, like in my area, there's a lot of places you could stealth camp. Like I could pretty much. I'm worried about my car. Like I can go into the woods, and like hide for 6, 7 hours. You know what I mean? But it's my car. Where am I parking my car while I do that? You know what I mean? That's the only problem I'm having, is because I don't know where to leave my car. Some of these places. What does that say? Homeless crackhead invades my life is a great title. I mean, I'd have to like meet a homeless dude, like do the live with him, and then have that as the title. He's like just like I'm just interviewing him, or we're just hanging out, passing a bowl to each other. I'd have to find a dude, like slip him $20, like, hey man, you want to be a part of my live? Be a part of my live show. Just me and a homeless man just sharing beers. But the only I don't know, I haven't met, like I try not to talk to him because I don't know, I just assume meth or crack or heroin. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to, I don't, there's probably a couple people that are on the street and stoners and then only stoners. You know what I mean? But to talk to 20 of them to find the one guy that is, you know what I mean? And then have him just tell his friends, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. You're friends with the one, you're friends with him, but then he's friends with the other guy, and then these other guys, and he tells them some kind of weird information or I don't know. You know what I mean? Because he's more or less friends with them first, because he sees you as a YouTuber. His other friends, they're actually homeless, but this guy, I don't know about this guy. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, I'm trying to build out of this situation. You know what I mean? If I get YouTube to the point where I can turn it into like $100 a month in revenue, that'd be sweet. With even just like $100 or $2, $100 or $200 a month in revenue from YouTube, I feel like I could go anywhere. I could go anywhere and at least Uber drive on top of that. $200 a month ain't gonna buy shit. You know what I mean? But $200 would be better than nothing. At the same time. You know what I mean? And then have other sources of revenue still. Don't just depend on it. You know what I mean? Like Ian on YouTube, man. Dude. I sent him a comment, and I don't know if he looks. You know what I mean? But I know Snooks. He'll stop and read my you know what I mean? Because he sees a small creator and he wants to. You know what I mean? But like Snooks will stop and read my comment. Like, hang on, what did you say? Like my comments will kind of like stick out in the feed a little bit. You know what I mean? If I'm not just saying something stupid, I've noticed. You know what I mean? I wonder if Ian thinks the same way. I don't. He probably doesn't. He probably doesn't even notice me yet. You know what I mean? But anyway, um, yeah, he was posting like, "Oh yeah, I worked a 43-hour week at my job. Da, 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 that's why I haven't put any videos up, and that's why I haven't gone live." And it's like, dude, you have 250,000 subscribers. I'm like, why are you working a 43-hour week anywhere? And that's his first week. His first week on the job, they had him there 43 hours. I was like, dude, you need to tell him right now. Like, tell him in the beginning, like, look, I only want 20, 25 hours a week because I've got a decent following on YouTube. I mean, and he could totally say that. He's got 250,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? And tell him then, like, hey, I only want to work here so I get some, like, B-roll footage for my videos, or if you let me do that, if you don't let me do that, then that's cool. But I only want to be here, like, 20 hours a week because I don't want it to affect the rest of my life. Because really, with that many subscribers, he's only got to produce like 5 videos a month, right? And just focus on just producing those 5 videos a month. If you want, for fun and you're bored, make 10. You know what I mean? He's got that much of a fan base. I don't know why he's worried about working a 40-hour week job anywhere. And I get it. The YouTube could dry up. You know what I mean? That could all be gone tomorrow. So he's trying to be sensible and keep a job too. But at the same time, that's where I'm saying, like, only do 20. You know what I mean? His channel's Ian on YouTube. He pretty much got big from working overnight in a 7-Eleven, and he was just filming the odds and ends, and basically, like, if you ever wanted, look up a how-to work in a gas station overnight, his videos might pop up for typing that in the search box, and he got really big over it, because he's a real dude. You know what I mean? He's not like fucking I don't know. He's not like Leonardo DiCaprio type of, he's like me. He's just a normal guy, just doing his thing, grinding, fucking dealing with the fucking corporate bullshit of working at a 7-Eleven. You know what I mean? Um, but anyway, yeah, his channel name is It's Ian on YouTube, all one word. It's Ian, IAN, on YouTube. And then he got his buddy, his coworker at the 7-Eleven. He hooked him up with a channel, right? And then he had such a following that his buddy made a channel, and in like the first week he broke like 20 or 30,000 subscribers. So his buddy, and his buddy's working like 2 other jobs. He's got a kid and he lives with his mom still. You know what I mean? His buddy's an ex-meth head. Not, I'm not trying to say that in a bad way because he's been clean for like 14 years. You know what I mean? He's got a good story to him too. And but by supporting him, you're helping his kid. You know what I mean? His kid's gonna have a better life because you're and then the dude is still working too. Like he's not just trying to rely on you know what I mean? He's a good guy. Him and Mondo, they're both good guys. That's why I said I would love to work for him. You know what I mean? I can mop, I can restock a cooler. Fucking I can chase people back out of a convenience store. It's not that hard. I can listen to whatever cigarette brand they want and then turn around and grab that cigarette brand and then tell them it's $17. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? And then you're working for a cool boss. You know, the guy that owns the. I don't know. You know what I mean? If it happens, that'd be cool. The only thing that would be shitty part is I'd have to move to Arkansas for that to map. For that to map out that way, I'd have to move to Arkansas. Fuck that. I don't want to leave Florida because like I've left Florida before, and not even really that I'm a water drinker, right? But I can taste even in a Polar Pop and shit. I can taste the difference in water quality. You know what I mean? And I don't. Maybe it's a Florida thing. I just like Florida's water better. I don't know, but I just feel like I don't know. Ohio's water tasted like blood. It tasted like there was like copper. It's like coppery taste in the water. You know what I mean? And it was you couldn't get it. You couldn't get bottled water that didn't taste that way. You know what I mean? Or if you did, you got bottled water that was Dasani, and then just some kind of bottled water that has a flavor into it, like Aquafina has a flavor to it. You know what I mean? I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of the first things I did when I came back to Florida was, yeah, get some actual water. You know what I mean? I don't know. But even past, well, I don't know. Dude, Florida, it's my place. You know what I mean? Watching the millionaires try to make money off the common people, and all the common people that are dumb enough to keep giving the millionaires their money for work. You're the one working, and the millionaires just selling you a piece of land that they've been sitting on, and then they got money for a whole other generation. You know, it's like I don't know, dude. And I know I'm ultimately going to do the same thing, even if I buy a quarter acre. Even me buying a quarter acre at 15,000, I'm still going to be putting money into a richer person than me's hand. My castle, whether there's a castle there or not. I'll at least dig a moat. dig, dig a little 12-inch fucking. It's like 12 inches deep. All the way around the perimeter of your property. And if you ever go to put a fence in, it's that much easier because you already got room. The hole's already dug for the fence to go into. It's like I got a moat. I got a moat. I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna try, dude. Because I haven't talked to the police directly about it. Next time I come in contact with the police, I'll ask them. I'll try to see if they know anything because they probably do. They've probably seen it at some point. But yeah, if I buy land, am I able to park my car? I'm gonna ask them basically just like this. If I buy land, am I able to park my car on it and then sleep in my car? Or, you know what I mean? And he'd probably say it depends on what neighborhood. It depends on who all's noticing that you're doing that, and then how much they report it to us that you're doing. That's probably what he would say. To be honest with you, it's something along those lines, unless it's just flat out illegal, which I don't think it is because I've seen on YouTube there was a black couple. They were getting arrested. The guy was getting arrested in his front yard because the cop wanted to give him shit and act like it wasn't his house. So the guy he pulled into the driveway, right? And it was a lot where they were building. And so the cop wanted, like, what are y'all doing here? Because he just seen an old silver or champagne colored car that looked like it didn't belong. It didn't look like it belonged after sunset and the construction, where a house is being built. You know what I mean? So he stops them and he questions them, and they're being rude with them because like they're right off rip. They're being rude. They're like, "This is my property. You need to leave. You need to leave, sir. No, like, sir, you got it. You got the wrong information. You need to turn around, get back in your car, and you need to leave." And they were rude. You know what I mean? So the cop was rude right back. You know what I mean? And until he had information back from his dispatch and everything, like this address is an address that they've actually purchased. You know what I mean? They belong. This is their property. Where else are they supposed to go? You know what I mean? So I kind of seen it like that, and then they were living in their car while their place was, like they were sitting outside of their house in their car, and their house was just a bunch of sticks on a foundation, It was a pole barn, technically. I think it was. It was like a barn dominium or something like that. But they're like sitting outside of their house, enjoying the sunset, just dreaming of what their house is gonna be. And then the cops show up and want to arrest the man because they want to think, rather than talk to the guy, I don't know, or listen to what the guy was even telling him. You know what I mean? The whole situation could have went better on both sides, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, I'd give both sides a D for their performance, basically, in the way that they acted while either upholding the law or also having to deal with the law. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, I've seen it kind of like you can, I bet, for at least 7 day type of period. You know what I mean? If you're not permanently living in your car on your property, if you kind of move around a little bit still, I bet you can get away with it. And then I bet part of me thinks there shouldn't even really be a problem. You know what I mean? If the problem is me parking a car, well then what if I just sleep on the dirt under the stars? You know what I mean? I'll park my car on the other side of the street then. You know what I mean? There's got to be some way around it because it's your private property. It's your privately owned property that you bought and paid for outright, and then you have enough paperwork or computer, that you can find it, find out that this is your property. You did buy this. This is yours. You know what I mean? I don't think they couldn't at least chase you off of it. It's your property. You know, whether you'd be fined because you built something on it or this, that, the other. What's that? A bunch of big jock bullies pounded me into a locker yesterday, calling me an energy harvester. Energy harvester. I don't know what the fuck state you're in, but that's not a good insult at all. I honestly the rest of that looks fake because of how shitty of an insult that is, to be honest with you. I'm sorry if that did happen. That sucks. But I don't know. That Yeah. From one Delta male to another, I guess. I'm sorry. That sucks. Oh, so an energy harvester is someone who steals positive energy. Okay. I think it'd be a good thing if somebody called me an energy harvester. It's like, I'm a fucking windmill, bitch. Damn, that's crazy, dude. Why would you pay to go to school? It's free. It's government mandated and free. Why would you pay to go to school? And then you're not even gonna get it'd be different if you were gonna get like your bachelor's degree. You're paying to get your bachelor's degree. You're paying for your diploma. You're paying for your government mandated free to work for and receive diploma. Like what? That's what you're supposed to do anyway. Like like the kids that grew up in them families where they got a car for graduating high school, and it's like for doing what you're supposed to do for just being good. It's like what? So you get a car for just doing what you're supposed to do anyway. Fuck, I always hated kids like that. It's like, you got such a fucking huge leg up on everybody else. My dad wants me to be rich like him. He is head of HR at Amazon. Okay. Well, I mean, in this world, it's more or less about who you know. Because nowadays, we're not even actually producing work anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to work just to waste our time. The majority of us. You know what I mean? Honestly, there's some people that do work hard and bust ass. And there's a lot of people that just get used because of that. You know what I mean? There's a very few select few that do actually move up doing that. And then there's people like, not necessarily that I'm trying to say this that in a bad way. There's people like you that are already upper middle class or maybe lower high class, and you're trying to just fight to just stay where you are. If because you don't want to go down. You don't want to be lower middle class from where you are. You know what I mean? You're gonna do all you can to kind of like stay at least at that level. If you come down a little bit, it's because you wanted to relax a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you understand. I'm not trying to be an asshole with it either. You know what I mean? Like, no, I get what you're saying, but if he's head of the entire HR, like all of the HR at all of the Amazon factory, not just that one, then I could see that. That's more realistic job. Like he's the head of HR at this one facility. That makes sense. Maybe that's the way that you meant to say it, but I don't think so. With you going to private school for 70K a year, you know what I mean? That's a little big. That's a little more above just this guy's pay grade. You know what I mean? Like this guy's district manager, this guy, like, guy that's the head of the HR at this one facility, his district manager probably don't even have enough money to send his kids to private school. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. I don't care how much fucking money I've got. My kids, they're gonna be tough. You go to fucking regular school. You're not going to fucking. If anything, I might send them to like a Catholic school or a military school. You know. But yeah, I'm not gonna go to a fucking bullshit paying for daycare twice. Because really, I don't know. That's all public school really was too. It was kind of like more or less daycare. They just more or less wasted our time. They taught us some stuff, but they more or less were just kind of wasting our time until we were of age to start working. And then they'd give you a little, they give you a little test to make sure that you know enough to start working, and then you start working, and then they just want you to wash dishes and push a mop anyway. So we basically wasted 13 years of our life. So, like, they just want you to move shit. It's like I could have done that in fucking preschool. I don't know why I had to fucking go to school at all to learn how to fucking empty a trailer. Spent 15 fucking years in school so that I could go to fucking FedEx and work in the unload. It's a huge waste of time. Like, really. And fucking, so, FedEx there's a shortage of people right now. I guarantee you, if you would apply to FedEx, if you could get through the application and tell them that you want to load trucks, they will find a spot for you. If that's what you have a fetish, you gotta say you have a fetish for touching cardboard, you should go to Amazon or FedEx. Tell them, I have a fetish for touching cardboard. They will find a spot for you. Let's see. I went to public school, first grade, and my teacher told me, go talk to her in the hall. Go to Xavier Catholic School, most prestigious school. Okay. Johnny Appleseed. Typical game. Oh, fuck. I bet he's got like a real douchebaggy name like Kyle too or something. My name is Connor, actually. She said I'm a good A. I said you're yolk. Yep. Yeah, man. I'm gonna get a can of diced tomatoes, a can of green beans, a can of corn, and some ground beef, and call it a meal. Sounds like an idea. And put it over some white rice, man. Now it's 2 meals. Yeah, yeah, you're all right, man. I don't know. What you cooking on? I don't have anything to cook on. I'm waiting to get the van first, man, because I don't have enough space to really be taking on anymore anything else. I really want to get a dog too, to be honest with you. Not because I want the dog to bite, but because I want a dog that'll bark. You know what I mean? Alert. I would definitely get more of a medium-sized dog. I wouldn't just get something that you could fucking punt. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna get a Great Dane because I'm living in a car. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's all kinds of people that are living in tents that have dogs. So I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what would be the problem. Plus, I got a sister and shit too. I could just like let like, hey, you let my dog hang out at your house for the weekend. That kind of, I don't know, because I'd want him to get to know like the rest of my family and shit too. You know what I mean? Wouldn't want him to. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like I can get a dog. I could live in a van and get a dog, and then at like 2 or 3 days a week, the dog stays at my sister's house. Or at least drop the dog off while I'm at work. That way, people, because that's the one part. If I'm at work and then my dog's just like in the car, just like, customers coming in and out of the store, and they're like, "What's up with that dog in the car?" I'm like, I'm only here for 5 hours. He's got plenty of water. The windows are cracked. You know what I mean? But people are still gonna freak out just because there's a dog in a car, and especially 'cause even 5 hours is still kind of a long time to have a car. Like, granted, the dog would already live in the car anyway, so it wouldn't necessarily, you know what I mean? It would probably just be watching me through the window. You know what I mean? I would go out and check on it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't just fucking, yeah, do my 5 hours at work and completely ignore the thing. You know? But yeah, man. I don't think he was he might have been being serious about private school, but I think he was kind of like just going off on a tangent from there as well. Yep. Yep, I already know that. Hell yeah, I got 5 likes, dude. Holy shit. But yeah, man. I do still need to finish this peanut butter. Still haven't finished off this jar of peanut butter. I don't know if y'all heard. I'm gonna clean this out. Clean it out of all the peanut butter, and then it's gonna be a container that I can cook oatmeal in. You know what I mean? Dual use it rather than buying. Because I was gonna, why would I go to the fucking Dollar Tree and buy Tupperware containers? All I need to do, I just need to heat up. I don't know. Because I got the oatmeal, but I kind of, I gotta put it on some hot water. You know what I mean? I can't really just eat it out of the pouch. I tried. But yeah, I don't know. But finished off the peanut butter. It's almost empty. There's a lot still in here, but it's you can see it's almost empty. But yeah, and then that's I'm gonna cook oatmeal in that, and I feel like there's people already living off of ramen. You know what I mean? I need to cut down on my food bill a little bit more anyway. Fucking just yesterday, I spent like $11 on a half dozen donuts. But I was, I don't know. I wanted it. I usually don't have a sweet tooth either. I'm normally always wanting protein. Like beef, chicken. Like either I got a craving for a hamburger or a craving for crispy chicken. You know what I mean? I'm wanting meat. Like I'll go into the gas station and like what do you got for like $1? It's like some kind of meat. But that doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, try to. I already got oatmeal. I really should have bought more. I should have bought double what I bought, but I got like probably 2 weeks of oatmeal. Like if I were to wake up, have an oatmeal for breakfast, like maybe a banana or two throughout the day, and then finish the day off with like tuna, like a tuna salad or something. That'd be the way to do it. I'm sorry, I'll try to stop bringing it up. But if you go on Sunday, because it's tomorrow, right? You could probably even go after midnight. You got to use the app. Use the app to you got to be all the coupons are on the apps now. But yeah, if you go on the app on Sundays, I think it's only the month of March. They got 67-cent cheeseburgers. I don't know if it's nationwide. You can get up to 5 of them, right? You get 5. They're little McDonald's cheeseburgers. 5 of them, it's nothing. It's a snack still. You get 5 of those little cheeseburgers for $3.26 after tax. Yep. And then if you got more than one account, you can hit them up for another 5, right? And then all you need to have another account is you just need more than one email, right? And who doesn't have more than one email with all the spam, and all the bullshit. I got one email. It's called home for spam email at gmail.com. I got one. It's called spam email hodler at gmail.com. Give that email to people. Oh yeah, go ahead and hit me. Spam email hodler at gmail. Especially like when it's somewhere that they're just gonna put you on a spam list anyway. You got a fucking email that literally has spam in the in the name of the email somehow or another. But yeah, I tried spam email folder at Gmail was gone. You know, um, there was a couple of the the obvious ones, they were already gone. Spam at gmail.com was gone. Spam and eggs at gmail.com was gone. I don't know. But yeah, if you have more than one email, you can just you sign out through the app, you sign out, and then you just log into your other account, and then your points don't transfer over. So that's the only thing that sucks. You'll have to go back over to your main account because that's where all your points are. You know what I mean? Because you get 15 bucks, at least where I'm at, 15 bucks spent, I get a free cheeseburger. You know what I mean? So the double cheeseburgers, they're buy one get one free basically in the app. Well, they're buy one get one for $1, but might as well be. But anyway, get 2 double cheeseburgers for $5, and then I buy 6 double cheeseburgers and get a free cheeseburger. So I don't know. I could be eating cheaper than that, but what I mean, it's convenient too. You know what I mean? Like, because by the time you stop and like if you have to actually cook yourself something, you spend like you spend a half hour. Like I don't know. If you were to factor all that in, your time spent doing, it's just easier just to go to McDonald's for $5. But yeah, man. And then like I think it's Wednesdays they got 99-cent 6-piece chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, keep going. But like the chicken nuggets, man, they want like $1 a piece for them bitches now. You know what I mean? Fuck, I'll get 6 of them for $1 on Wednesdays, and then swap accounts and get another 6 of them. And then where else you gonna go and spend $2? And then well, you actually got a pretty decent snack out of that $2 too. You know? Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. Like I want to get a piece of land just so I can at least least I'm close on my own ground right now. You know what I mean? It's just land just sitting there. You know, I've camped out there before. Not not like on the land, but like in my car off the side of the road. It's not really a problem. You know what I mean? I could ultimately sleep there until I have the other half of the money that I need to buy the land. But it's kind of far, and I gotta work again tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen the schedule yet, but I'm supposed to be Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So I think it's safe to assume that I'm going to be on the schedule tomorrow. That's why I'm going to try to find a place that's closer to the job to sleep for tonight, just to save 20 miles of gas. And I think that's not an option. It's not an option for other people with a house too. That's the crazy thing too, man. People be buying a house and then have an hour and a half fucking commute to work one way. Sometimes, you know what I mean? More, they're paying you more. I don't know, dude. I wouldn't want to be fucking in traffic for 3 hours a day, and that's just part of I just have to go to you have to go to work either way. You know what I mean? You got to find some place to work either fucking way. You can't find a place to work that's closer than an hour and a half away. And some people, man, it'll be 8 miles away and still take an hour and a half to get there. Like what the fuck? Yeah. Man, y'all are talking too much, man. I just keep rereading the same message from Silverfox, thinking it's a new message. But damn, you know how nice it would be if I could have some like background music playing right now, you know. But you can't because it's a copyright. It's a copyright to promote. I promote them. I wonder, like, what if I was playing Michael Jackson? Because he's technically dead. You're playing artists that are dead. Do you have to pay them royalties? Yeah, you do. Who's your favorite Beatle? Yeah, but I can't. I only got the one device. I mean, if I get the tablet going and charging and all that, but I have one charger wire. That's my problem. It's plugged into the phone right now. But I can only charge like one thing at a time. And then I got this other battery that powers my fan. You know what I mean? I got to charge that battery up, but the phone's dying faster and faster and faster and faster and faster now. Time I got to buy another fucking phone. But yeah, like the phone, it'll fucking, I watch 30 minutes of YouTube and 25% of my battery's gone. I pretty much just have to keep it plugged in. But yeah, if I get the power generator, I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to get the van first, and the van's after the piece of land, and there's a long track. You know what I mean? But yeah, I want to get the van because the solar generator, that's like a $1,500 expense. You know what I mean? I can get that like in a payment plan on Amazon, and pay like $80 a month for it for 24 months or whatever. But I don't know. I'm trying to have certain other things going on before I slap myself with another monthly bill. But if I had that kind of power unit, I'd probably be like live streaming from the phone, and we could be like watching something on my tablet. Like watching something on the tablet with me while we're live streaming, watching a show together or something, or even have the tablet on just to play music. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking. But yeah, I got. It's just a little bullshit tablet from Walmart, just an the ONN brand. The E machines. You remember when Walmart had E machines? Fucking fucking e-machines. Yeah. I don't know. That's the plan, though. Get to that point. Even I got a VR headset too. It's just the Meta Quest 2. It's not the Quest 3. You know what I mean? It's 2. It's still pretty cool. I like putting it on, and then that like it's got like a movie theater built in. You know, you can like be at the movie theater, and you can even change the theater. You know, you could, you know, you're in an opera house, or boom, you're in the middle of the fucking Andromeda Galaxy, or, you know what I mean? What up, Simeon? Simonek? Well, I'm gonna call you Simeon. I'm chilling, man. I'm hitting a bowl. Wearing the same shirt I've been wearing for a week. I gotta change. You know what I mean? But I ain't sweat. You know, it's been fucking like high of 77 and a low of 46 like all week, man. It don't even feel like I'm in Florida. Been, you know, going to sleep cold, waking up not sweating. Yeah, just don't call me. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not about to use that word. If this, you know, it's definitely a derogatory term. You know, I mean, saying something is gay is one thing, because I don't mean gay as in I'm anti guy kissing guy. If a guy wants to kiss a guy, you know, by all means, you know what I mean. You know, I mean, gay is in not cool. You know what I mean? Like that was gay. That you shouldn't have done that. That was gay. You know what I mean? I don't mean it like negative. You know, with any kind of negative incantation on it. You know what I mean? That's why I wouldn't use the F, you know, the F gay word either, unless I was trying to be rude to somebody. You know, like you're, you know, you know, like you use it to hurt. You know what I mean? I don't know. And if you're gay, and you know, another gay guy, they might call each other that because it's funny. You know what I mean? It might be like the N word to them almost. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But how you doing, you uncircumcised fuck? You curly wiener motherfucker. You curly dick motherfucker. How you been? Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm glad y'all hanging out with me. Almost want to go get a beer. Fucking y'all can see me drunk. I would need to get more than one. I have to go get a whole 4 pack and chug 3 of them. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Car battery's doing good. I got this thing in here. It's I don't know if you see it. I'm not pointing there. I'll flip it this way. The light's really bright. Anyway, you see it. You know, it's like a Bluetooth thing. It just connects, you know, my phone. I play music through my phone through the car. You know, and I put the car onto a certain radio station, and then, you know, this Bluetooth, the sound, you know, this is a, you know. But anyway, it shows my battery voltage on there too. So I can, like, if my, you know, my battery, say it goes down to like 10.6 volts for some reason, because I'm charging my phone right now. So it's using the battery and the engine's not running. But, you know, if it goes down to like 10.6 or something, I'll just turn the car on and then the alternator will charge the battery back up again. And then while the car's running, it shows me that the alternator is working because it'll the voltage will go up to 13.5. You know what I mean? So like I'll know. Yeah, it's very handy, man. So nice to have a little voltometer plugged right there. You know what I mean? I'll even angle it, and I'll be able to charge my phone all night, and then look and see that I'm cool. I'm at 12.3 volts still. I'm fine. I don't know. I know eventually I'll have to get a new car battery because I'm like slowly beating the shit out of it. But I work at a car parts store, so it's only going to be so hard. Like I might have to lose a week's pay basically to get another car battery. But it's you kind of have to anyway when you live in your car. That's why I'm trying to listen to Fred. But I'm trying to get positive on my credit cards first, get those zeroed out, and then just have like $500 of positive cash in my actual bank account. So that way, I don't have to swipe my card and then pay interest on it. I'm positive. I'm ahead on the interest. Yeah, or I don't know how to say it. I'm not saying it the right way, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I feel like my credit card's only $1,000 spending limit anyway. Basically, just take that purchasing power and move it to today, rather than putting it on credit for myself to pay back off at 30%. You know what I mean? Taking my purchasing, yeah, taking that same $1,000 of purchasing power and then bringing it forward in time to where I'm currently at. That's the plan. You know what I mean? But at the same time, trying to get to 10% of a Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin's gonna stay under 90K, I'm gonna keep throwing money at that. Once it goes over 90K, then okay, let's shovel some more money back at the credit cards. You know what I mean? That's the sense that makes in my head. I don't know. Granted, it'd be smarter to pay off the credit cards faster, but what if and I put $1,500 on the credit card and then Bitcoin goes up by like fucking 15,000, in the next month, and then that's a certain percentage I could have made by putting on the Bitcoin now. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like when it was 100K and it was going to it's still going to a million at some point. It's just the market. You know what I mean? But like when it was at 100K, it goes to a million. You 10x your money, right? But now that it's gone down, it's closer to like 50K. You have an opportunity to 20x your money. Not necessarily because it's not at 50K, but you get what I'm saying. With with it's basically you can like probably 14x your money because it's not really a 10x anymore because it's under 100. Well, we got some chat. Who's that? Bartolini. What's up, man? I have my uncle's Polish. I want to say he's Polish. I can't remember what else, like what other language it was. I'm pretty sure he spoke Polish. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, good to meet you, man. I don't got a problem. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I really think nationality is only important like during the Olympics. You know what I mean? Like whose country's better? Like that's the only time nationality should actually be important. You know what I mean? Like if Canada does not get the gold medal in hockey, the rest of the world did good. You know what I mean? The rest of the world. Like, if if the USA doesn't get a gold medal in basketball, the rest of the world did good. You know, that's about it. You know what I mean? If Team USA didn't win the gold medal, then mad props to Team China, probably. You know what I mean? You know? But yeah, I'm smoking weed, so I hope that's not a problem. If you have kids watching, explain to them, let them know it's just a green herb that produces seed. It says on page 1 of the Bible we should be welcome to it. And it's a medicine first. It's not really a hallucinogen. You know what I mean? It's not really fucking like mushrooms or some shit. But everybody's different too. You know what I mean? Some people they get, they smoke and they get mad paranoid. Me, like it reminds me of being a kid. It gives me that like I don't know, that like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It reminds me of being a kid. Getting high. I don't know the feeling of being high. It's like the feeling of being a kid again, almost. Weed is illegal, but everybody smokes. That's pretty much how America was. It was like weed is illegal, but half the population smokes and the other half the population drinks. But the half the population that drinks want to look down their nose at you like, well, yours is illegal. At least what I'm doing isn't illegal. You're gonna go crash their car into a wall. Well, at least it's legal. Hell yeah. Yeah, take some and put it in a jar, right? Take like not even eighth, take like a 16th, right? And every grow, take like a 16th, put it in this jar, 16th of an ounce, right? And then make like a big trail mix. Make a big trail mix of all your different grows. I mean, don't not every batch is going to be a good one, so don't include it if it's not, if it's not like wedding cake material, but like make a big trail mix of all of the different. I don't know, because I know if I do the Appalachian Trail, I'm going to need weed, and I think it would be better to have it on me than to try and find a dealer halfway. You know what I mean? Or try to, I mean, it's going to be, even if, I don't know, like in Virginia would be fine because Virginia is recreational anyway, so you'd be fine in that state. But like in Georgia, you gotta watch out. North Carolina, you gotta watch out. I think West Virginia, same thing. You gotta watch out. Virginia's legal, but West Virginia, watch out. You know? Pennsylvania, you're legal again. You're fine. You know what I mean? But I was wondering, like, I'm thinking about would it be better for me to carry like a quarter pound on me? You know what I mean? And then only have to resupply at like the midway point because I could control, even if I had that much, I wouldn't smoke more than about an ounce a month because that's all that my lungs can take. You know what I mean? The amount of charcoal that can go in and me coughing, the amount of time I spend coughing, you know what I mean? You see me, I'm sitting here with a bowl. I haven't even repacked it. I'm still hitting the same, I've been live for like, yeah. Anyway, I could make an ounce like last a month, even if I had like 4 ounces on me, unless I had that many people that I'm sharing with. You know what I mean? But then, yeah, you get to the halfway point, and then you just restock another 4 ounces. Um, then I technically have 8 months of smoke, and then hopefully I can walk the trail in about 5 months. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. Like I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But I think at the same time, I don't want to have a QP on me because if another hiker knows that I have a QP on me, they might tell another hiker, and then they might tell another hiker, and then before you know it, I'm held up for my weed. You know what I mean? Because it would be easier just to take it from me than to go buy it. You know. So, I'm caught between, like if I had a half ounce, I don't think too many people are really going to do all that for a half ounce or less. You know what I mean? Maybe, but yeah, like you only have like an eighth of weed. No, you have less than fucking 7 grams of weed. I'm not going to take it from you. You know, there was a comedian talking about the cops. If you have less than an eighth of an ounce of weed, they consider that you don't have weed. If you have less than an eighth of an ounce of weed, and he's like, if I have less than an eighth of an ounce of weed, I consider myself already out of weed. You know, I don't know. I'm pretty much the same way. You got to start planning on it. But yeah, there's this guy right here. Show it to you real quick. That guy. why, but he wants to kill me for some reason. I really don't know why. I don't know what I did to the guy, what I said to the guy. I don't even try to talk to him. But yeah. Yeah, I think that'll sit. Yeah, that should sit for a minute. Hell yeah. That'd be cool, you know what I mean? I don't know. I tried to set it up. I had like perpetual grow going because I had a little nursery for when they were like seedlings, and then I had like a 2x4 tent, you know, and then like I had the little nursery because I could start seedlings underneath a different light, you know what I mean? And 24-hour light basically until they would sprout. And then once they'd sprout, I'd give them 3 days of sunlight, and then I would give them their first night. And then I put them on the 18/6 light schedule. You know what I mean? But yeah, basically it was like 3 weeks. I could have the next, you know what I mean? Basically while the first one was drying or starting dry or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like the last week of flower, I could plant more seeds and then have 3 week head start on the next batch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I tried to, but you really you need like you need a house to grow. Kind of like one of the reasons I, you know, bought a house at the time or paid for a house or tried to pay for a house was because I was like, it'd be I could grow weed in this extra room, and then instead we ended up moved. My ex's little brother moved in instead of me actually being able to have that room to grow in, and then so that kind of like it set me back. You know what I mean? I still ended up growing. Found I found enough area in the house where I could grow. You know what I mean? But it still wasn't the same. It's like having a whole room for all your equipment, all your soils in there. Everything. You got your water, your water balance, your pH, everything, your root booster, everything. All your equipment's in that room. Your grow's in that room. Rather than half your equipment being out in the fucking garage, and half your equipment, being in this room, and then some of your shit's, some of your shit's so deep in the closet you can't fucking get to it. I don't know. But yeah, kind of plant seeds every month. That way you can harvest every month. You just got to have the space that you can kind of keep moving them around. But yeah, you got to harvest every month, man. Or some people set it up where they get like a harvest every week. That'd be nuts. You'd have to have a whole bunch of real estate for that. But there's commercial grows. That's how they grow. And fucking, I used to say that when I was in Ohio working at the dispensary. I was like, man, I bet the corn farmers would be pissed if they knew we were harvesting every fucking week. They got it's all on time scale too. You know what I mean? It's very the plant itself is very on time if you're you know what you're doing with it. But yeah, I had the fabric pots is what I was using. Fabric pots, and then I had a mix of Happy Frog, the ocean ocean floor or whatever Happy Frog, the Happy Frog soil. I would mix with cocoa core. I get cocoa core, and I would get the Happy Frog, and I'd get worm castings, and I'd pretty much do 40% Happy Frog, 40% cocoa core, just to stretch because the Happy Frog's like fucking $60 for a fucking bag. You know what I mean? Versus Miracle Grow, that's like $15. You know what I mean? It's a huge expense. But yeah, I'd cut it with cocoa core, and then also mix in like another 20 or 10% of earthworm castings. You know what I mean? Put more nitrogen through the soil and that kind of thing. That's what I used to grow in. Cocoa core mixed with the Happy Frog. I think it's Fox Farm Happy Frog. Yeah, yeah, I know. That's what. Yeah, one buddy was saying. He's like, you just plant it in the earth. He's like, once it's big and she started in a little solo cup. Once it's strong enough that it can hold up to the wind, you just he's the one guy was saying you just put it in the ground and they'll take off. They hit the natural something with the earth. They take off, man. And the natural sunlight too on top of that. you end up with a plant taller than me. Pro Mix, yeah. That's what I don't know. And I was still learning too. Like, I bought like some of the best equipment at times, and then some of the cheapest equipment at times. But I don't know. I think that the root booster stuff, man, that shit was really helping. Like more than, the general hydroponics. They got the three chemical setup. The three chemical grow complete grow thing. General hydroponics. Like the one's a bloom, one's a veg. There was something I bought from them, General Hydroponics, but it was like a root booster specifically. That shit, I feel like that worked. And the other shit, it was just I was just spending money. You know what I mean? But yeah, me and my buddy, we'd collect rainwater and shit. We had where the rain would run off the roof of his house. We had like, you know, I think like a 30-gallon trash can. And we'd just sit there and collect water. And we'd just take a gallon jug and scoop it up and then bring it inside the plants and water the plants with rainwater. Because that way you don't have to worry about pH balance in your water. It's from fucking the sky. It's from nature. You know what I mean? If it's off pH a little bit, there ain't nothing really wrong with it necessarily. You know what I mean? Think about all the different kinds of water we drink. I don't know. But yeah, it's about sunlight intake. I had some viewers there for a second. Like there was like another 5 people popped in for a quick second. Uh, sounds like a mosquito factory. Yeah, there was definitely some mosquito larvae that would be hanging out around there and stuff, but that was up in Ohio too. They didn't really have a mosquito problem in Ohio. Here in Florida, yeah, it'd be a huge problem. It'd be fucking you can have like a trash can lid flipped upside down and collected water, and now there's 400 fucking mosquitoes carrying you away, pick you up, and fly off with you. This bowl's almost cashed. Hell yeah. Part of me is thinking that too, because like the job I got's kind of bullshit, and then I could Uber from anywhere, right? So I'd have one more stream of revenue that wouldn't be touched. I could be free balling it. You know what I mean? I could just say fuck this job and then just like scoot it and boot it everywhere. Um, and yeah, part of me is thinking like during the summer it might not be a bad idea to go up north, and it'd be like 20 degrees cooler like all the time. You know what I mean? But I would still kind of want to find some other kind of work, something seasonal, maybe at least, you know what I mean? But yeah, because I wouldn't want to rely on the Uber all the way either. But yeah, like if I could, do winters in Florida and then do summers in Alaska, and then have like a job that I do in Alaska and then a job that I do in Florida, just keep hopping between the two and then just live in my van. You know? But the only thing is, these jobs, they want to act like that's impossible to do, And it really wouldn't be, because, like, especially where I'm at with the car parts, it kind of picks up during the winter, because everybody's battery, mysteriously, everybody's battery starts fucking up in the cold, So, like, during the winter is, like, our busy season, especially, not necessarily Black Friday, you know what I mean, but different reasons. People are more loose with their change, in the month of November and December, you know. But yeah. Go to Amherst. Yeah. See, that's the thing too. Like my area, everything is so spread out. It's like it's not even fucking really worth it to do it. But yeah, if you have nothing else going on anyway, it's better than not having, a day where you just made zero. I'd rather have a day where I made 30. And then, if I could use a half a tank and make $30, have the other half a tank for tomorrow, make another $30. Granted, it cost me 30 to fill it back up, but it's 2 days where I didn't have zero. You know what I mean? It's stupid, but it's really slow money. But I mean, everything in my life is. But some days, I could take that, $20 of gas and turn it into like over 100 at the same time. But yeah, yeah. What time we got? What time is it? 25 after midnight. Not too bad. It's 0:25 o'clock, or right, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. New York, hell yeah. That's another place I wanted to go hang out for a little bit. I had a buddy. I'm gonna say his name. My buddy CJ. He was from New York and shit, but he's from like Rochester, or not like Rochester, but like outside of Rochester. But I was trying to talk him into it. I'm like, man, let's go on a road trip. Let's just go up to we'll go drive to Times Square and back. I'll cover the gas. Let's do it just to see what it looks like. You know what I mean? But he never did jump on it. But yeah, he went back up there. Like his lived out back with his dad for a couple more years. Then him and his dad ended up getting into a fight or some shit. He took the bong. His dad had like this big, huge 3 foot fucking bong, and he got pissed and he just said before he left, he took his dad's bong and chucked it down a 3 foot, 3 flights of stairs, just throw one more fucking nail in the coffin. Like his dad was already pissed at him about something. He runs back inside, grabs his truck keys, and grabs his dad's bong and throws it and tries to break it into as many pieces as he possibly could. Yeah, but yeah, I would like to go around, troop around fucking Times Square. I like how it's Times Square, but it's a right triangle. You know what I mean? I've only seen it from video games or YouTube. You know what I mean? It'd be cool. I did have a chance, like when I was in high school. There was a trip that I was in choir. Yeah, I was one of the 12 guys that were in choir. But anyway, it was nice because there was 108 chicks. Anyway, there was a trip that we were taking. We were supposed to go to New York, and I missed out on that because I decided to go spray painting instead. You know, but yeah, it's cool. And the trip, man, it was the teacher, man. She had a hell of a trip planned. There was like 3 Broadway shows we were gonna go see. Yeah, I mean, I just to go to check it out because you know what I mean. You got to go. And you wouldn't go to the New York City and not like walk through the square. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I wouldn't, go to the Lower East Side, and hang out, get a fucking meal at a Spanish restaurant. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, even the price of Taco Bell, man, the price of Taco Bell in Manhattan, it's like 3 to 5 times the price. Like some of the menu items is like 5 times the price, and some of the menu items it's like 3 times the price. I'm like, how in the fuck people are paying 14.99 for a fucking what's a $5 box for me is 14.99. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's just like, man, yeah, $20. It's about the same here though. To be honest, McDonald's has gotten insane on their value meals. Their value meals. They want like, it'll say 9.36. And it's like that's just for the sandwich. And it's like what? You trying to tell me it's $9 for a single quarter pounder? Yeah, but yeah, man, still dollar beers in fucking El Salvador though. That's the place to be, man. They still use the U.S. currency there too. Dollar beer, dollar cold beer in El Salvador. That's definitely one of the places I want to check out too. Like if the Bitcoin ever turns into something for me, the little tiny bit that I have turns into something, I'm definitely gonna check out El Salvador. I don't know if I might be priced out of being able to like hang out there. They do have $1.50 pizza. Yeah, they have dollar pupusas, man. And there you can put like any topping you want into a fucking pupusa. Just about depends on the restaurant. But yeah, fucking you can get a pupusa with just rice and refried bean, a little bit of cheese. You get a pupusa stuffed with mashed potatoes, fucking chicken stuffed pupusa. Yeah, and then yeah, their pizzas, man. I would go. I would show them a whole nother level of pizza. Cause me, I'm kind of like in a way, I'm kind of like a kid from New York. With me when I'm in a pizza kitchen, maybe I might not move quite as fast as people from New York. People from New York, man, they're boom. You know what I mean? Like, and there's crackheads in Florida that don't move as fast as worker from New York. You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, like me when I go into Florida, yeah, I'm like a kid from New York or New Jersey. You know what I mean? I'm coming in there, rolling the dough on the back of my shoulders and then tossing it and then fucking catching it behind my back and then you know fucking flinging pizzas in and out of that bitch. But yeah, New Guinea. I'm not even sure where that's even at on a map. You know what I mean? Or on the globe, I guess. That's the other part. Like I don't know too much about geography. I'll be honest with you. But you know what I mean. Yeah, if it's not a country like I already know of, I don't think I'm gonna want to go there. I'm sorry to say. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I definitely want to check out Japan. Definitely want to check out Hong Kong. You know, if I get the money to, you know what I mean. I would definitely like to go to Iceland for a week. Definitely would like to go to parts of Alaska. Um, I wouldn't want to go to Los Angeles, but I would like to check out California. You know, I don't know. Oregon looks like it'd be a cool state. Washington looks like it'd be a cool state. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I would go to Mexico without a gun. Like if I couldn't open carry or at least concealed carry a gun, I don't think I would go to Mexico. I just because I don't know what to expect. You know what I mean? Um, get some beef jerky. It depends what it looks like. How much are they paying? Are we filming it? It'd definitely be double price if it's on film. Yeah, but yeah, I think I need to scoot it from this spot at least because, like I said, the one homeless guy that wants to kill me is like hanging out around the corner now. And then a couple more of his friends showed up, so now there's like possibly, like a whole group of homeless people here. Plus myself. But I don't know how well the internet's gonna work if I go around the corner to where I was planning on sleeping for the night. I don't know how well the internet's gonna work when I get there. I should. don't know. I really don't like asking for money. I would rather fly a sign. You know what I mean? Hold a sign that says like either need work or that you're hungry or homeless, please help. I don't want to go up. I don't like going up to people directly and then like asking them for money. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people you kind of you get hit in the moment too. You're like, oh fuck, like what, I don't know. You're like, some people they have too good of a heart too. You know what I mean? That like they'll have like they I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like doing it. I like to holding the sign is one thing because they more or less they can choose if they want to give you $1 or 5 or 20 or whatever. You know what I mean? Not going up and hey, you got $1? Fucking. There's some people, like anybody they see, they're gonna ask for money. They'll just go around just looking for people, even just to see another person to ask for money from. So like, yeah, do I look like a fucking government worker, dude? Fucking get the fuck out of here. And then, I don't know, part of me, like, I wouldn't shoot. If the dude was wearing a suit, maybe I might ask him for money. You know what I mean? But it would definitely like I would, depending on how they're dressed. I wouldn't ask somebody that's just in fucking, you don't even have a collared shirt on, but you think they have $1 to give you. You're just wasting your time. But you see somebody get out of a Mercedes and then they got a button up shirt with a tie and, really nice fucking pins in their collar. Yeah, ask them for $1. That's what I should do. I should have the sign more like readily available. And when he comes up asking me for the $1, and I'll just pull up the sign like, really, bro? I show. Yep. Gotcha, man. Appreciate you talking to me for a minute. Is anybody else here? We got Kev still. I think Simeon's still here. It says I got 4 viewers, man. You're cool. I get it. I'm not the most interesting man in the world, but I do drink Dos Equis. Oh, if you haven't seen it yet, you should look up as the Dos Equis commercials as parodies. You should look up the most Florida man in the world. The most Florida man. He is the most Florida man in the world. He once robbed a pharmacy, leaving he once robbed a pharmacy of over $800,000 in pills, and left a trail of litter leading all the way back to his residence. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, it's probably a good idea for me to go ahead and close it. I appreciate the 7 likes, guys. Appreciate it. Hopefully, I wasn't trying to act gay. If I came off as gay, I'm not gay. I just want to put that out there now. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be false flag flying or anything like that, whatever it's called. You know what I mean? But if you're gay and you like watching me, by all means. But I don't think that's really what. Yeah. I mean, you got to cater to your audience a little bit. So I even think maybe get the tablet going and the tablet idea going. Have the tablet up and then I can be playing a game on the tablet and fucking the same thing as Snooks. I just don't have a whole fucking PC. That way, there's something else going on too. You got the chat, plus you got my fucking rambling. I wish the chat was a little bit more active, but y'all seem like y'all got some kind of a conversation going on without me. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't know. We're all kind of like all talking. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that's why I like Snooks' chat sometimes because he barely pays attention to it. We have our whole other thing going on, and then he'll check over and read like two of the messages. Damn. I can't believe that dude is as old as he is playing Minecraft, though, bro. So, it's crazy to see somebody older than me playing Minecraft, and playing that much of it. Like, I don't know, me, I didn't even play Minecraft. I've seen like 10 seconds of other people playing it and realized it was stupid enough that I should. I just seen 10 seconds of somebody else playing it, and I already realized it was stupid. I mean, I get it if you're 8, it's like kind of like a digital sandbox. You can go in there and just like playing in your sandbox, building a sandcastle or whatever. But with all these little digital cubes, and but I don't know. It's like they spent years trying to progress video games that was all about graphics. Like the prettiest game, the best atmosphere, the best scenery, And then this game, fucking Minecraft, comes out, and it was just like it just shot like every developer in the kneecap. They've been spending like 8 years trying to fucking build a world. They got this fucking little cube shit. Sells better than every fucking game for the next 5 years. It was the dumbest thing. Oh man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Hytale is still Minecraft, right? If it's not made by the developers of Minecraft, it is probably copyright somehow or another. You know what I mean? Like it had to have been made underneath their, umbrella of their company or something. You know what I mean? It's too close to it's too close to Minecraft. It's not even like that Pal World. Pal World's at least enough different where it's like, okay, this isn't Pokemon. This is some other dumb shit. Or it was. I shouldn't say that because Pokemon's not dumb. I think if you go back to Red and Blue, actually, sorry, go off tangent here a little bit. Pokemon Red and Blue version games, Pokemon are actually aliens. They crash landed. They were all in a spaceship and they crash landed. Something with like Moon Cavern or something like that. Go back and play it, dude. There's even there's a museum near Brock's Gym or something like that where there's the Pokemon fucking their spaceship. And Pokemon crash. Pokemon are fucking aliens. You know what I mean? And aside from that, right? Like we have Pokemon, right? Think about all the animals, all the different animals that there are, right? You have a Caterpie, right? You have a fucking Sparrow. You have fucking whatever the whale one's called, right? All these they're all Pokemon. We just don't have balls to catch them in. Like we're not going out and catching a tiger in a fucking magic ball, and then going and like fighting my tiger against your lion, and you know what I mean. I'm only saying that because it's the first two things. You know what I mean. But you're not throwing a ball out and a fucking elephant pops out. You know what I mean. But we might at some point. I don't know. I don't know how that. Well, I'm not too big into whatever physics that would be. You know what I mean. Whatever string of science that would be, where you could digitize. I don't know. Fucking have all these different animals that there are on the planet. They're all just fucking Pokemon. We just don't have a ball to catch them with. It's But it's, like, you look at it, zoom out a little bit with your microscope, your magnifying glass a little bit. Like, tell me that a fucking fox isn't a Pokemon. We just don't have a fucking ball to catch it with. Show me the evidence where I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't know, man. This stupid shit, man. Sitting here trading paper some more. But it is cool nowadays, man. It's like when you go somewhere and you pay $1, and then you get some metal back, and you're like, oh, sweet. Like I'm talking like a single $1, right? You go into the store, and you get like 15 cents back, and you're like, yes, I just traded paper for metal. I got him. You know. That's the way it should be. Somehow it's back. They just gave me scrap metal for a fucking piece of paper. Can you believe it? Yes. It worked. It worked again. It worked again today. Hell yeah. I bet it won't work tomorrow. It's like I'm stacking up dimes, dude. All these dimes. My cup holder is full. No, I'm only playing. There's like 4 dimes in there. There's a bunch of pennies. Bunch of old dirty pennies that nobody you don't even want to touch. Pick them up and go spend them on something because they're so fucking dirty. Yeah. Kev was like, why am I in blue? Yeah, that's right. Like, you've been promoted. Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna fire up the car and go up the street at least. I'm not really ready to cut the chat, you know what I mean? Let her warm up for a second. It's been a couple hours since she's been on. Yeah, I'm almost at 200,000 miles. I'm at 195.7. So I had to get an oil change like 2,000 miles ago, but I still haven't yet. I hit up I don't have a jack. That's the only thing. Like, I got the tool set. I can just buy the oil from my work. I got a tool set. I've got a 13 millimeter socket on there. I'm good to go. Or what? Hang on. 12 millimeter. I even got a new what's it called? Oil drain plug. So if I strip the plug pulling it out, I got a brand new one to put back. I don't have a jack to lift the car up where there's enough space to get up underneath it to do it. Hell yeah, man. I mean, you want to do it the right way. You kind of want to, think it all out first. Because even if you have a motor home and then the pay for campground access and all that shit, you're looking at probably $900 a month to, like, if you want to go to a campground and actually, and then granted, if you're paying $2,500 a month on a mortgage anyway, you're just talking half price, right? But for half price, you're getting about half of the amenities, because you'd be living in a camper at a campground versus in a house for 2,500. But I don't know what your expenses are, you know what I mean? But you get to the point you could, you don't have absolute zero a month in bills, but like you try to, hit, that's your goal, as close as you can get to absolute zero a month in bills, and then you feel like more of your time is your own, even the time you spend working, you don't necessarily mind doing a little bit of work because it's not just going in one hand and then out the other, you know what I mean? And then at that time, you have less wants, then you're gonna have, less hours that you're gonna need to work to cover these less wants. You know what I mean? And people might look at you sideways for it or whatever, but like, is there anything wrong with you for not being as greedy as them and wanting, 'cause really that's all it boils down to, sort of. You know what I mean? It's like, so you were greedier than me because you were actually greedy enough that you went back to college and went and got a 4-year degree just so you could come out of school to make more money. Because a lot of people, they'll do that and then get a job that they don't even fucking like. They're just doing it because they spent time getting a degree, and so they want to make more money. So they're going to use their degree to get some job somewhere. You know what I mean? It might not be even in the field that they got a degree in, but because they got a degree, they have a leg up on people like me, obviously. But it kind of dials back into greed. It's more, it's how you look at it, I guess, in a way. But I don't know. Like so much of the, like I said, so much of the education system is all just fucking bent backward and fucking just for money in the first place, anyway. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna throw her in reverse and go back out. Yeah. Sorry. I was even thinking about getting a boat, man. Because, right, like, even if you wanted to get a boat, right, so to have a boat, if you live on land, to have a boat, you need to have also a trailer and something to pull it with, right? Because you can't just have a boat. What would be the point of having a boat and then it's on land? You have a boat that just sits in your yard. Did you buy it because it's an investment? Like you thought you could buy it for $1,000 and then hold on to it for 5 years and then sell it for $2,000? You know what I mean? No, you bought a boat so you could use it. But even to use the boat, right? Even to use the boat, you still need a whole other trailer and then a truck, or you could just live on the boat. And then why do you need to pay land? Like why would you even have to pay for a boat slip necessarily? Because I'm sure you could find somewhere you could park your boat for free. You're on the water. You know what I mean? And then you're on the boat, right? So if you're somebody who likes seafood, you've got 24 hours a day you could be fishing for food. Free food. I mean, granted, yeah, minus the fishing lure cost and all that. You know what I mean? Equipment run up. But yeah, you could just be, I'm thinking about, if Bitcoin hits, why not buy a small yacht, right? And then do it like I'm saying. Even like come down to Florida for the summer, and then come down to Florida for the winter, right? And then when summer hits, head up the coast, and you fucking, you have to have a certain amount for fuel and whatever, probably insurance and shit like that, and get it registered, you know what I mean? But you have to kind of pay to live somewhere anyway, right? Why not live on a yacht? Even if it's a small yacht, you know what I mean? But yeah, imagine spending like $300,000 on a nice boat instead of buying a house, right? You know what I mean? Kind of, sort of. And then yeah, you could just be fucking fishing, all fucking day, and then even if you don't eat the fish yourself, man, fucking you could find somebody else to trade it to. Like fuck, I got some fucking swordfish, bro. Fucking, you want it or not, dude? I don't know. Just a stupid idea, but like There's no cost. They're not trying to rent fucking. They're not trying to rent squares of water. You know. And then you'd still have a house too, because you have like a whole fucking yacht. You'd have a yacht with a hot tub on it. You know what I mean? You're at the beach on a yacht with a hot tub on it. And then you have like a guy that goes to the, or you could, even for fun, go to the shore, get you a week's worth of groceries, just like everybody else that goes to Walmart. Hopefully, you only have to go once a week. You know what I mean? Go step on shore, go spend your money at the grocery store, and then come back onto the boat, and then not spending $2,000 a month on a place to live. I mean, probably still would anyway because you have the upkeep on a yacht. But if you're gonna have to fucking pay $2,000, I want to pay $2,000 a month to live just like everybody fucking else in the city, and then fucking work a fucking 60-hour week to be able to for my time to equal y'all's. I have to give up 60 hours a week of my life to be able to afford to live next to y'all. And if I'm doing all that, I fucking might as well be living on a yacht. It's just like, like, what the fuck? Especially the price of these houses are getting, man. And then, you wouldn't need a yacht necessarily, just like a place you can go under cabin, under deck. There's like, under deck spot, like a fucking sailboat, even. You know what I mean? Fucking, you don't need a fucking motor. They didn't fucking think they got across the fucking world without motors, and now all of a sudden we need them. Man, fuck them. Shit. It's like, man, you know how far we went without fucking motors? Now all of a fucking sudden we need them? I don't know. Fucking, I don't know. It's just an idea. But it'd be cool. I think I'd spend my money in that direction rather than fucking buying into this shit that they got going on here, where it's all still kind of set up in like a divide and conquer. Like your parents chase you out of the house, so you go, you don't like it here? Well, you go fucking build your own place to live. You make your own fucking rules there. And so many generations of fucking doing that, and then you get old and want to sell your house, and then you rip off the next generation, selling it to them, and then sell it to them at today's price, and it's already been bought and paid for, but you're just making money on the deal, and so is the bank again, and so is some other dude that all he does is fucking dress nice and show the house. Some other guy that's really not even fucking involved, shouldn't be involved in the sale, but he gets, he's perfectly in the middle and gets 3 fucking %. And the whole thing is just like, it's just fuck the next guy, fucking piss on your neighbor, a house that's already been bought and paid for, that you got in at the right price and you were able to pay it off in like 10 years. You sold it to somebody else for 30 years of their time, like, what the fuck? How is that fair? It's part of, like, oh, well, the world ain't fair. Life ain't fair. It's just, part of the affair that we're all in. You know what I mean? Why do we have to buy into it, though? Why all these we keep pumping up and keep fucking dumbing back down into the fucking system again? Like, I don't know why we do that. Like, I don't know, last, like, fucking 50 to 100 years, all these people pouring their lives out in these corporations just to make these corporations bigger. Like, what the fuck? Just to get to the point where the corporations are getting so big that the government feels like it's getting challenged. The government, they have to create a currency that's also a corporation. We're in the business of making money, and we make a new symbol for money. Start selling the new symbol. Start selling the new symbol that we made for money. Well, people have to use their money to buy money. just smoking weed, man. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I wish I had more friends, but nobody gets my sense of humor. I'm about as dark a sense of humor as they come. You know what I mean? Like, I forget the comedian's name, but I had a substitute teacher one day, and he was telling it's like, oh, this comedian y'all need to check out when y'all get older, or something. Yeah, I forget what he even actually said, but I remember the joke from the comedian. He was saying, severed foot makes the ultimate stocking stuffer, and I laughed my ass off. I was the only kid in that classroom that busted out laughing. Like, I was like what? Or like the same thing happened. I went to a hookah lounge, and there was a Native American kid about my age, and it was open mic night. And the guy goes up on stage. And he's like, "Hey, I'm trying to be a comedian." He's like, "I'm gonna lay some jokes on you." He's talking to the whole everybody there. He's like, "I'm trying to be a comedian. Just laugh. Don't laugh. Don't push yourself to laugh. He's like, "I'm trying to be. Don't be fake." You know. So he got up there and he started telling his jokes, and his jokes, he's like, I'm gonna start with rape jokes. He's like, I want to start with rape jokes because it's like, where do you go from there? I already lost a viewer. It's like, and he starts telling all these jokes. I'm the only one laughing. Like, they were funny though. They were so dark and they were funny as fuck. And he's talking about, you know, he's sitting there with his friends and everybody's blowing smoke rings, or everybody's trying to. They had the thing where you could blow bubbles. And you push the smoke into a bubble and you blow a bubble. You know, and he's a Native American, so he thinks that he's like, oh, Timmy's in a well. Oh no! he's like, I'm thinking they're telling me I gotta run. But it was hilarious, dude. His little 7 minutes or whatever he had up there, it was fucking hilarious, dude. He was the best comedian I think I've ever seen in my life so far, like in person. Because I don't like to be, I don't want to be in a crowd of like 50,000 people in an auditorium or nothing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just not my style. But yeah, like, man, I'm still thinking about that guy. Yeah. But yeah, Kev, man, if you get a motor home, I'll come. Let me stay on your couch. I'll give you $50 a week. You'd have $200 a month in income, because I'll rent the couch from you, and maybe we could do 400 a month because 200 is a little cheap. But yeah, you got me gonna pay you 400 a month. Well, I'll just chill on the couch. I do go to work. You know what I mean. I got to do something to make the 400 a month to pay you. You know what I mean. And then 400 a month. That's not absurd either. You know what I mean? Like fucking 12 or 14 or fucking 15. Drop down to one viewer now. I don't know if it's because the connection, maybe people just lagged out. They're coming back. I don't know. It's showing me only one viewer. I might cut it if I only got. Oh, now I got 0. Well, I got one viewer again. All right. He says, yeah. I'm halfway serious. I mean, we'd have to talk a little bit more. You know what I mean? Get to know you more on a personal level. Go out to eat. Buy me a steak and shit first. But I don't. I don't want to get no lobster tail. I'm not into seafood anyway. Give me a steak and another little side steak. Get a steak and lobster plate. You tell me, talking to the waiter. He's like, can I get a steak and lobster plate? But I don't like seafood. Is there anything you could substitute the lobster tail for, like another steak? They might do that. I'm not even sure. I don't have that kind of money to be asking questions like that. But they probably do. They probably substitute the lobster tail for more steak. Yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, like you like a mobile mechanic, man? Like I think you're a mechanic based off the photo, because I can't see too well. I think you told me that you were like a diesel mechanic or something like that in the past. But yeah, I'll tell you, my area, they need a good mobile mechanic, man. They do. Like there's already one that I know about. Um, but yeah, he's all time finding work. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of people that need, somebody that's not going to charge them a shop price. Not saying like shoot yourself in the foot on the job either, but you know what I mean? Fucking yeah. Why you got to slap somebody on the back of the head for 3 grand? It only took you like 2 hours of work. It might take you more than 2 hours for a $3,000 job. What the shop would charge $3,000 for would probably take you maybe a 2 day, 2 day job or something. Plus, you don't have all the equipment that they would have. It'd be a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do mobile mechanic. Get you a nice little work truck van kind of thing. Have all your tools in with get a truck with a topper on it or something. A mobile home, and then fucking be a mobile mechanic, the extra mobile mechanic. The extra mobile mechanic. I don't know. It's like some kind of clever name like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, like people need a good mobile mechanic because you could fix the car right there in their yard. You could fix the car while they're broke down in a parking lot somewhere. You could fix the car on the side of the highway. You know what I mean? Anything small. You know what I mean? Not you know you can't drop. You can't pull their engine on the side of the highway, but something. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, just an idea, man. Florida's a pretty cool chill. It's a chill spot. I mean, they're in between white trash type of people and then the millionaire fucking type of people, snooty fucking liberals, yeah, it's not a bad spot. That's why everybody's trying to, everybody likes being here. I don't know. It does get hot, so you gotta have a good way to keep yourself cool, or somewhere else that you can go during, not necessarily, you know what I mean. You don't have to necessarily run away because it's summer. Not like fucking Arizona or something, you know what I mean. Um, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's definitely better to have like some kind of base camp too, even if you did that motorhome thing, because then you can, yeah, like you can might, because if you don't have the base camp, you don't have like land that you can park on, you're like always on the run. You know what I mean? And that's one of the shitty parts, especially having a motorhome and everything. It's a big expense every time you have to move it. You know what I mean? So you'd really just, if you move it maybe like once a week, kind of thing, because you have a base camp, you have it parked on the majority of the time. You know what I mean? Something like that. But yeah, and then like even if you wanted to, there's like storage facilities and shit like that for RVs and boats. But that's the whole thing. They want you to pay to park your boat at the fucking storage facility. You can't just you couldn't just buy a $3,000 piece of land and then just park your boat on it. You have to take your boat to the storage facility and then give them your $3,000 or more. You know, it's fucked up. Hell yeah, we got 3 viewers. Yeah, just chilling out, man. I had a fucking the homeless dude that wants to kill me. He's across the street hanging out, so I had to come over here. I know I'm still kind of, he can definitely ride a bike this far. You know what I mean? But I don't think he's really gonna fuck with me. My one dude at work is trying to tell me, oh, that guy, he just walks around talking to himself, and I'm like, dude, the way he was talking, he was definitely talking to me. Like he was talking like we were both in prison. You know what I mean? He was talking to me like he's gonna kill me, and like we were both behind the bars in prison or something. The way that he was talking, you know what I mean? I was like, nah, dude. I don't know. But yeah, I see him, and he's got to stop and like look at me, like he's got to glare me down the whole time he's walking in front of my car. And then after I see him, then I see another fucking three homeless people. Now there's a big fucking herd of them all together. And then one is a problem, kind of, sort of. You know what I mean? And then four of them could definitely outnumber me. You know, I don't know. Probably should have went further than just like right across the street, but I don't know. It got dark really quick. I didn't want the live. I don't know. The live stream like went like completely pitch black. That's why I came over here to catch a little bit more of the natural light from the parking lot. But yeah, I gotta see. I gotta see what time I clock in tomorrow. I have no clue what time. The phone is still charging. Yes. I don't know if I change to go check what time I clock in tomorrow. I'll probably close down the live stream. So I'm not gonna do that right now. Yeah. I do need to probably go get some more drink. I'm almost out of drink. And I know I'm gonna get thirsty throughout the night. Need something to drink. But yeah, pretty much I'll try to refill this close to bedtime. I get a refill. The caffeine doesn't do anything to me. You know what I mean? Like it might kind of perk me up in the morning, but I could be sipping on Mountain Dew and then fall asleep. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's pretty much what I'll do. I'll wait, like right about now. It's almost empty. I'd go refill it, and then I'd sip on it. I'd chug it. I'd try to wake up and have some more to drink tomorrow when I wake up. Try to save some for myself to drink in the wake back up. I don't know. That's just how I do it. Try to keep the cup full. The cup, if the, keep the cup full and the bowl full, there's really no worries. Besides that crackhead homeless guy that wants to try to kill me. But like literally, other than that, there's like no fucking worries. I'm basically just laughing at everybody in the city for spending more time and money than they have to on this shit. You know what I mean? And all this shit, this whole fucking city, it's just money grubby. That's all in the whole fucking city. Like the only thing they're building is more fucking retail bullshit and fucking private doctors' offices or private hospitals or fucking restaurants. Like this town is the battle of a million restaurants, basically. If you ever wanted to see a million restaurants all fight over money, this is the town you should be in, and you can just sit back in a rocking chair and see which one outlasts the other. That's all any of these fucking old people are doing. And the rest of us all stuck here, trying to find a place to work in between all this shit. All these old people basically spitting on us, and you know, not that they're that bad, but fucking these old people, man, man, like, will piss me off, man. It's when they're walking in the crosswalk, man, and now whatever. But man, they're in the crosswalk, like say coming out of Walmart, out of the double doors at Walmart, right? And you're just trying to get through the parking lot. You're not going 30, right? Because there's people walking. You can't go 30 without killing somebody. But anyway, yeah. So you're just trying to get through, and then you see a couple they assert themselves in front of your car. They even give you the wave too, and then they just go, and then they just walk at their normal fucking speed, like. Dude, you're kind of in my way. Can you kind of maybe go a little faster? I mean, have some respect for other humans, Because that's what I do. If I'm trying to cross the street and then a car like waves me, like you can go, I'm not gonna walk at my normal pace. I'm gonna double speed. I'm gonna double tap it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna half jog out of their way. I don't understand what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. I get it if you're like 90 years old, you can't go any faster. But sometimes there's people in their 30s and 40s, and they're just walking, walking like, la 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 la, and I'm like, dude, fucking move, dude. Like, fuck, you understand? I had to stop for you to cross the road. Can you like hurry up and cross the road? Why are you taking your time and like, fuck, let me stop and tie my shoe right in front of this car that's trying to pass. You know, fucking, I just don't understand it, man. I guess it's just a lack of common sense or something, dude. Same, bro. It's a white person. Think I've noticed. Huh? Same, bro. It's a white person. Think I've noticed. I don't know. I'm sorry. I read it like, man. I can't quite make sense of that. Unless there's like another chat that somebody else put that I'm not seeing or something. And then you were, I don't know. I don't know, man. I got such bad short-term memory. I'll forget what I said 3 minutes ago. Even 30 seconds ago, type of shit. But yeah, man. I'm gonna hit the bowl again. I'll think of the next thing to say. But I don't know. I don't get it, man. I don't know why. Unless they're just like blatantly trying to waste your time. You know what I mean? Like they know in their head that they're wasting your time. Because I've seen them kind of even take a half step slower, instead of walking faster. They know that they're in your way. They'll give you the wave, and then walk in front of your car, and then walk a half step even slower until they get all the way across. It's like, dude, come on. Like, why are you going out of your way to be a douchebag? You know what I mean? Like, fucking for real. Like, like the type of couple that just got off the fucking tennis court type of shit. Like the lady's got a nice butt, but she's got this sweater wrapped around her waist, so you can't even see her butt anyway. She's wearing yoga pants, and then she's got the sweater wrapped around, so you can't see the butt. And it's like, mother bitch, fucking bitch. Well, that one's gone. That's cool though. My coworker, he bought me this drink. He was like, "Hey, I'm going next door. You want a drink?" And I was talking about like a little 20-ounce bottle. And then I get hit me. He was talking about the fountain drink, and I was like, "Oh yeah, man, hell yeah." And he's like, "I can get them for free." And I was like, "I don't know how you do that, but yeah." It's like if they give you one for free, I'll take it. So props if you're watching, man. I'm not gonna use your name. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna d-dog you. But he's kind of a quiet. I don't think he might have popped in at some point in like the 4 hours that I've been live streaming. But if he is watching or he wants to tune back in later, I don't know. But I don't know. I like the live streams. It basically deletes them. Well, it doesn't delete them. It puts them as private. Um, but I'll for the most time I'll just go back and delete. There's a couple of them I've been thinking about. Like, let me go ahead and I might move that one to a stream, or like a public video for people to be able to rewatch it or whatever. But at the same time, I talk about some intimate stuff in the live streams too. You know what I mean? I don't think it's most of it. If it was in a video on YouTube, I think I'd get cut. You know what I mean? Even not literally. You know what I mean? But maybe literally as well. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think it's really a good idea to have the live streams go public. You know what I mean? After, I don't know. Not that I really try to get too grotesque in the live stream. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Just trying to explain that a little bit. But yeah, if there ever is like a PG live stream, I might go ahead and post it. You know what I mean? Because some of these live streams I'll end up getting over 100 views live stream, and then I could post it to my channel as like a video. You know what I mean? And probably get another 100 views. You know what I mean? Not that my channel's nothing right now. You know what I mean? If it ever even does become anything, but you know what I mean? Like you get 100 views because of the live stream, and then 100 views off of people rewatching it that weren't there for the live that still want to hear me say something stupid. You know what I mean? I don't know. But I need like a really really good PG live stream for that. I think I had one before work, so I might post that one. But I don't know. I try to have like two different types of format on this channel. Like I got the videos you can click on, and then I try to also be live, a couple of nights a week, one way or another, just out of boredom. You know what I mean? It's the people that are into like, I'm not necessarily that I'm IRL streaming, but I kind of am still IRL streaming. I'm just like not going in a store and fucking with people, or I'm not, going around. You know what I mean? I'm just chilling. Like we're basically just chilling on the couch, fucking smoking together. That kind of live stream, but I'm live streaming for so long, this is like kind of like an IRL stream. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like got like a channel with two different kinds of format on it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because some people, I don't know, some people might check out the live streams, and some people might check out the videos, and I got a little bit of taste of both, or whatever. But I do need to. I don't know, man. I got to take a second and figure out how to find a little bit more time to edit the videos because I've been kind of crapping out on them recently. Like a buddy of mine told me to put music in them. He said that's what they're missing. It's just like a little bit of music here and there to kind of punch it up a little bit. And then I did that, and then every video I was posting got copyright, 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 copyright. And so I was like, I'm gonna have to pull it all out. You know what I mean? Let me pull it all out. I'm wanting to like maybe create my own beats somehow or another. Maybe even if I just beatbox them over the clips or whatever. I'm not sure it's gonna sound right. This and that, the other. You know what I mean? But basically, yeah, can't have any music in my shit. I think it's already kind of fucked up my channel because it hasn't grown since those copyrights, which is kind of weird. You know what I mean? It was growing for a quick second, and then the copyrights, and then it looks like it's not like trying to pass it beyond my fan base. You know what I mean? And my fan base is so small, like that's why I don't know. I'm still waiting. I have two videos that broke over 400 views, which is it's like that's a lot of views for my channel. You know what I mean? Um, I'm waiting for another video, like trying to produce one that like actually breaks that 400 mark. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, for sport, for some reason 400 seems to be the mark, and I'm waiting because um, shit, I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wait because the copyright shits right, and if I can catch a video that I've stopped doing the copyright shits. You know what I mean? I'm not getting them flagged for copyright. This, that, and the other. Um, and if I get back to a video that broke that 400 mark, I'll then at that point assume that I'm not shadow banned anymore from the copyrights. That's what I meant to say. Because I think that's kind of what's going on with my account now. Because I'll go up like one subscriber from the live, and then later I'll lose one subscriber. So kind of like sitting right where I've been. Granted, I know the channel's still kind of new too, but it's not new because like I used it to watch from for like years before I started posting videos. Um, so it's another thing I'm trying to fight. You know what I mean? Um, but it's it's still a new channel, So I'm trying to like keep pushing through the algorithm for now, and hopefully it'll, start to give me more of a viewer base. It'll send send it out. People kind of like they view it, plays itself, like auto plays or whatever, and people sit there long enough, and then you know what I mean. I'm trying to have a thumbnail that's like too clickbaity, but at the same time, you want to have a thumbnail that's at least decent too. You know what I mean? It's how it's wrapped, right? Like you wouldn't go to a store and buy a product and then the package on it is kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? Or if it was, you try to get a discount on it or something. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like the packaging of it. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to have a thumbnail that's a little more than just like some bullshit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't want a thumbnail that's like, got everything going on it. Like a crypto bros thumbnail or some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like Osmond Gold, his thumbnails are just a picture of him going the majority of the time. He's just going, you know what I mean? And that's Osmond. That's half of Osmond's fucking, or Asmon. I'm saying it the wrong way. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm smoking, man. I can't. It's just there's so much time just fucking just sitting here. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, dude. Like even Uber driving, you know what I mean? Sitting in between Ubers and sitting there, 17 miles one way type of shit. It's good to be able to pull out a cigarette and fucking just cruise control chilling, and then boom, before I know it, I get there. But yeah, I don't plan on smoking them forever if I can, because I could really feel them like fucking me up, like how winded I get and shit. Like if I'm not smoking cigarettes, man, I can, I don't know, but yeah, smoking these cigarettes, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Yeah, smoke a cigarette and then go up 3 flights of stairs, and then yeah, tell me you don't feel different. Smoke a cigarette before going up 3 flights of stairs. But yeah, man. Hey, Jose, if you're watching, I want my crack. Okay, I gave you 25 bucks a week ago, and you just drove off with my fucking money. Okay, so if you're watching, all right, I'm not gonna say it twice. I think I already did say it twice. By the way, I'm just playing. The guy's name was Javier. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I laugh at my own jokes. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sometimes it's like you gotta laugh at your jokes. Um, it's like even like because the way people come off sometimes, right? If you don't laugh at your own joke, sometimes people don't know that you were meaning a joke. You know what I mean? People don't understand sarcasm the right way. Like I saw, like I googled it basically, and that's basically what it came back with. Like it's just but you laugh at your own joke as a cue to cue you were telling a joke. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. Especially the way my humor is. Like, there's some shit I say, and it's like, I hope he's joking, right? And then I start laughing. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, yeah. Oh, I had 4 viewers for a quick second there, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm not doing much. I understand people just tuning in and out. So I say I gotta get the tablet going, man. At least I'll be sitting here and then playing a game, and then people sit there longer, even just like, what is he doing? You know, what game is he playing? Fucking it kind of pisses me off. They don't have a fucking mobile version of Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. You know what I mean? Like fuck, it was on a Nintendo 64, but we can't put it on our cell phones today. That's bullshit. Fucking 4 hour live stream. 4 hour live stream. Should I go for a 24-hour live stream? Hell yeah. Oh shit. Hell yeah, 3 viewers, man. Hell yeah. But yeah, man. I don't know. But yeah, I think something's definitely going on with my channel too, because something ain't right. It must be the copyrights, because I was watching this other dude. All he does is chug different sodas. He literally just makes a video chugging, a Starbucks Frappuccino, or a fucking Sunkist, or Mountain Dew, or Dr. Pepper. Every video he's got is just him chugging, and then he created this channel like not too long ago, so he's got that. He's got that advantage too, where he's like fresh out the gate, new horse, you know, and it's just him chugging. And he's got 38 videos he's posted, and he's got like fucking 33,000 fucking subscribers. And I'm like, the amount of time and thought that he put into 38 videos versus my over 100. You know what I mean? It just kind of pisses me off. And then all it is him chugging fucking drinks. Like, granted, all mine are is just fucking Uber driving. Me living in my car, a little bit of me living in my car, and then Uber driving. And I'm not like other Uber drivers that go all in on it. You know what I mean? Like fucking, I tried to a couple episodes. I put like the numbers on the screen and all that. Like I might do that a little bit here and there. You know what I mean? Like I said, I need to spend a little bit more time doing the editing, put more quality into them. But yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of iffy with the real job. You know what I mean? The gig, the retail gig. It's been kind of iffy. Because I don't know, I gave him the schedule change request, and like you've heard me bitch about it, and it took fucking months for that to get approved, and then it got approved by my boss's boss finally, and then my boss still didn't want to accept it, so I had to deal with that for like another fucking 6 weeks, and then you know, and then he gives me like the opposite of the schedule that I want for like another week or two, and then and then I finally get the schedule that I want, and then yeah, and then he wants to strip me of fucking half the hours, and I'm like, dude, come on, bro. Because I feel like I could go to any other fucking parts store and be like, yo, I just want to be a weekend guy, but I'll be a solid closer for you on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I know that they got somebody that works Monday to Friday that, me coming in and working that Friday, Saturday, Sunday will make it easier on them to work their Monday through Friday. You know what I mean? I don't know why he won't see it that way. You know what I mean? I told him like I don't like being there. With the people coming in and asking me all these fucking questions about their fucking car. And I really don't give two shits about cars, other than the fact that I'm living like the one that I am living in. That's the only car I give any kind of shit about. The rest of them are just fucking piles of fucking shit. People come in with all these fucking questions, you know, and then really I know more about computers than I do cars. So I hope the car eventually just turns into a computer somehow or another. You know what I mean? It'll still be technically a car, but you know, to a point where it fixes itself or something. You know what I mean? It'll notice it's broken, and then fucking the computer will fucking you know, the computer inside the car will fucking, you know, it'll fix itself. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be nice? Like, other than certain things you might still have to do. But like, you tell me on fucking Star Trek. I said Trek, not track. Okay, so don't get mad at me. Anyway, you know, like, tell me the fucking ships on Star Trek don't fucking repair themselves. They totally do. They'll repair themselves in the middle of the fucking fight. The middle of fucking shooting lasers. They'll divert power, repair their engines. So it's totally coming, dude. Yeah. Damn, out of drink. I'm thirsty as fuck now. I'm so thirsty. I might go into the trunk and grab a bottle of water from out of the trunk. I don't want to go back across the street to the gas station because there's like 4 or 5 homeless people all hanging out over there. So I'm probably gonna grab a bottle of water out of the trunk. But yeah, man, I'll teach you. I'll teach you how to do it if you want, man. It's not too hard. Look, like I said, just get a gym membership for showers. You know, keep your balls in your asshole halfway clean. You know, keep a job. You know, keep showing up and working the job. But why the fuck buy a house, man? Especially if they're fucking so overpriced anyway. Fucking, you know, buy some land and just fold some trees over and create some shelter. Hang up a fucking, you know, 10 foot by 12 foot tarp. You know what you do is you find like 4 trees that are kind of like positioned right, you know, and you take one corner of the tarp and you get some twine and you tie it up. And you take another corner of the tarp and you get some twine, tie it up. You know, tie all 4 corners up, and then you put a big huge pole in the middle, poke it all up, and then it creates a pitch, you know, and you got this big tarp, you know, and then the tarp tied to these trees and a big stick to, you know, create so the water kind of just rolls right off, and then boom, now you have a front porch, you have a whole patio, you know. Put you some chairs under there, and you'd be chilling. Fucking, you know, cooler, fucking yeah, you're chilling. You know, and then when you make it to the top, it's the amenities. Yeah, no. So like, uh, what's this car doing behind me? Were they parked over here? Yeah, they're parked over there. Okay. But yeah, I'm probably gonna erase the shit off the back of my window. It's causing more bad attention than good attention, honestly. And say it's only caused like bad attention. I want to say I might have gotten like 2 subscribers off of like right in my YouTube channel, like a big advertisement on my back window. I don't know if you can see it, but yes, .com. You know, anyway, you've probably seen one of the videos or something. I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, I gotta erase it because it's just causing way too much bad tension. And I don't know. I don't want people to see the YouTube and then think that I'm, well, oh, he's a streamer, and let me bust into his car. He's probably got a bunch of electronics, and then, what I mean. I don't really. I got the phone and a tablet and a battery pack to keep my fan charged. You know what I mean? I probably got the same shit everybody else has in their car. I mean, I don't. I bet a lot of cars with kids. There's a tablet in the car for the kids, or maybe even for the wife. Who knows? But yeah. But Kev, you still watching? You still here, man? I'll wait. I'll wait. Kev, are you still watching? Oh, okay. He's probably not watching. I think he would have typed in something by now. Anyway, I think so. Oh man, I gotta hang on, man. I ate too much today. I guess gotta unbutton the pants. Yeah. Another cigarette. Time for another cigarette. I should probably just pack another ball of weed. Hell yeah, it's not even 11 p.m. there. Hell yeah. That's cool. That's California time then. Ain't it? Either California or like at least Colorado. 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 Yeah, and I got another buddy out in Colorado. Gotcha. BC. I know what BC is. British Columbia, yeah. Yeah, I got one buddy out in Colorado. And he could probably get me. I'd have to push him a little bit, you know what I mean? He'd have to talk to the right person and all that, but he could probably get me a job, $25 an hour, just packing cheese. But the only thing about that is it's in Colorado, where the cost of living is a little bit higher and everything too. So the 25 wouldn't be any fucking real different, I bet. Granted, the cost of living is going up to fucking high heaven here in Florida anyway. So 5 more years it might actually be cheaper to be in Colorado. Um, but anyway, yeah, he could probably reach out to the right person. He might even put me up for a night, maybe. I could get to Colorado and then like stay one night at his place and then go off, like, because he's got a whole family and shit. I wouldn't expect like 2 weeks or 3 months, or what I mean, nothing insane. But if it let me crash there after getting off the plane or something, you know what I mean. But yeah, he could. The only thing with that is too, like, not only is it in Colorado, I think it's one of those jobs that's like stuck on that fucking 40-hour week bullshit. So I wouldn't be able to get a position unless I was signing up for 40 hours. You know what I mean? And if I was making 25 an hour, and then the cost of living is about the same, I would probably only need about 12 hours a week. You know, it's like to work any more than that would just, I mean, you're granted it'd be more money faster, but that's not necessarily my philosophy either. You know what I mean? I mean, kind of, sort of. More money faster means I could be done sooner. You know what I mean? But I mean, 40 hours is it honestly takes a lot out of me too, man. It takes a lot of my patience, a lot of my mental capacity. Like the amount of energy that they want you to produce at the same time. Like you can't just be a security guard for 40 hours a week. I need to actually be doing something. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. It fucking burns me up. I can't do it and then do months and then years of it. You know what I mean? I just can't. My body can't keep up with that. And then, we're not all built the same either. I don't know why they do this fucking 40-hour week bullshit. Keep shoving fucking shit in your face. And it might be a little different if you could get like 410s. 410s would feel a little bit different because you wouldn't feel like the majority of your week you're just resetting and going back to work. You know what I mean? That's my problem with it. Really, the 5 days, man. Like 5 days and 8 hours too. Like if it was 5 days of 5 hours, it would still be annoying because it's fucking five. Like can you give me three tens instead of five fives? You know what I mean? That's basically where I was at with the car parts job because the guy he was starting to get to the point he was starting to use me. But I'm like, dude, I didn't you're giving me five fives. I'm not really. You giving me five fives is you taking days where I can be driving for Uber. You know what I mean? Like I can be doing something else, or there's a possibility that I could make more money than here. Granted, it don't always work that way, but it's at least more freedom than here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. And the guy he can't seem to understand that. He finally has halfway, I guess. You know what I mean? But I'm still trying to get to the right wavelength on everything with that too. Cause yeah, like I'd be a good solid weekend warrior. And I'd fucking, I plan on keeping the job for 20 years or so. Until I can cash out with my Bitcoin. I'm gonna need someplace to work to be able to afford my rice. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I don't feel bad because I'm fat because Buddha was fat. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Buddha smoked weed too. One of them did. That's another thing. I was looking into that a little bit deeper, right? And apparently, there's been like 8 or 9 different Buddhas, or people that they've claimed or called. Not that they've claimed themselves to be Buddha, but people that enough people have called Buddha. So there's been like 8 or 9 different Buddhas, and then it's like a reincarnation thing too. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Part of me thinks that way too, man. Like it's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? But like if Buddha was, you lived so many lives and you eventually were reincarnated in America. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I am, but like what if Buddha ended up being reincarnated in America? Like how much of the American society would he really buy into? You know what I mean? Would he just sit underneath a tree and laugh at people? You know what I mean? Or would he go to work at Walmart and try to become a store manager at Walmart through 30 years of his life? You know what I mean? I don't know. But I don't know. I think he'd kind of more on the lines of what I'm doing. Like he'd get the gist of it, see that you don't want to just be a parasite, but at the same time, like why are we buying all this extra bullshit? You know, I don't know. But I try to put myself in that mindset. Not necessarily, you know what I mean, but like I don't know. What would Buddha do if he was stuck in the American economy? You know what I mean? Instead of people always asking what would Jesus do, well, why not ask what would Buddha do? Like still live for Jesus. He was a hell of a man. You know what I mean? But like, you know, I don't know. Buddha did some cool shit too. Buddha was definitely, there's enough depiction where you can say he definitely did walk the planet. You know what I mean? He at least sat on it. you know, he was definitely here. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you being in Canada too. Like one way or another, people died for us to be where we are. You know what I mean? In more than one. You know. Like what would Buddha do if he was where I am right now? I think he'd get himself out of debt, right, and then not put himself back into debt for any reason, and then only do what you have to do because you want to do it. Not necessarily because you want to do it, but because you have to do it. It's part of being human. I don't know, man. Mostly just trying to find a way to waste time in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Why not, dude? Mexico needs a blessing. And honestly, Mexico needs more of a blessing than the rest of North America. But honestly, I think we should have, I don't know, in a way, we should have taken over Mexico and like kind of like made it its own 5 states somehow, or one way or another. You know what I mean? I don't know, because we could be building water parks down there right now. You know what I mean? We could be spreading so much wealth down across Mexico rather than cutting a border, and then separating ourselves from them. And then so many Americans are X amount of percentage of Mexican at this point now too. It's like, yeah, it's kind of stupid, man. That's why I thought like nationality should really only be important during the Olympics. Uh, Turn on back another bowl. Oh, today I was smoking on Cranberry Z. Cranberry Z is the name of the stock. But yeah, this video is mainly for entertainment purposes. But if you do happen to become educated in one way or another, well, then I do apologize for breaking your innocence. But welcome to the show. I was thinking about saying that at the beginning of my videos. I don't know. I thought it would sound cool, at least for a couple videos. This is intended for entertainment purposes, but if I happen to educate you as well, then I'm sorry for spoiling your innocence. But yeah, I got a new T-shirt. It's a T-shirt I've already had. I don't know. I wasted money. I know. I got so many shirts. I gotta get rid of like half the shirts that I have. I've got way too many fucking shirts, and then I pretty much wear one for a whole week anyway. So I really only need about like 5 shirts. But anyway, I bought another shirt. I had the shirt before, but I lost it somehow or another in between moving 3 4 times while I was in Ohio. Lost the shirt, so I bought another one because it was a really cool shirt. I loved it, and I can't it's that can't wait to go grab it from where I got it sent. But yeah, I'll probably be wearing that shirt tomorrow, so you get to see it. I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow, but it'll probably at least end up in a video. I'll probably, I'll be wearing it for about a week. It'll be in a couple videos. Like I said, I do got a bunch of material from like the last 2 days. I gotta put together, put a video up of, but it's not too much either. Like I was gonna wait and get like the whole weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday all in one video. All the Uber driving I did Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because there wasn't a whole lot of it. So I was hoping to kind of hit it a little bit tomorrow and get a couple more and put it up. But we'll see. I already hit my goal for the weekend, so I'm chilling after that. You know what I mean? Like to do any more than that would just be greedy. You know what I mean? Granted, I'll be bored, so I'll probably clock into Uber at some point tomorrow. But I also have to go to work too, so I don't know if that's quite going to be the case. You know, but it's an idea. I might log in and make $7 real quick to buy myself dinner with. I don't know. Yeah, in that small town, it's way better day, man. Out here in this fucking city, man, it's like all I'm doing is rejecting orders. Getting tired, man. Yeah, yeah, I'm starting. 3 viewers, man. Oh well, I have 3 viewers for a quick second. But yeah, I'm starting to cloud out for the day. I need to probably go lay down. The clock is showing me 2 a.m. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it, man. I think this is like the longest live stream I've ever done. I can't do 20. I mean, I could probably do 24 hours straight, but I don't really want to be like just live streaming myself sleeping. Uh, that's too old. You know what I mean? People did that like 20 years ago. Like you remember seeing that? Yeah, you remember fucking fucking like scrolling through Twitch when it was called Justin.tv, and then just all the people just streaming themselves sleeping. Like what the fuck? And they'd have like 14 viewers too, just somebody sleeping. I appreciate you hanging out with me, man. I'm gonna let you go because I know you got other things you got to do, man. I appreciate you hanging out, though.